Good morning all. Am I audible? Is it audible there? So happy to see you all. Happy to be with you. Okay. So hi to those who are in online. I am Sathiya Paul Deepak. You must be knowing me. If not, I've been teaching Indian polity for 15 years, one of the reputed institutes in Chennai and its branches across India. He have given
ಇದು ರೈಟ್ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ
okay. Okay. Fine. So a short introduction about me. I did my BSc Physics at Loyola College. I then got campus placed in Cognizant, Infosys and Google. I chose to work in Cognizant Technology Solutions because the training was here in Chennai. I can simultaneously prepare for civil service examination. After 1.5 years of work at Cognizant, I quit in order to prepare for civil services. And as I said, 5 consecutive interviews, and simultaneously I started teaching in the reputed institute of Chennai, and continued till 2021 till there. Okay, and small sabbatical, in order to find my ambitions come to life. Okay, so I am going completely in English. I think it is fine for you. Okay, because I was told that நானும் தமிழன் தான். ஓகே, நல்லா தமிழ் பேசுகிறேன், தமிழில் நல்லா கிளாஸ் எடுப்பேன். பட் was told that people from others, sorry, audio is not clear. Audio is not clear. Mic is on? It's on. Hello. Now it's fine? Is it fine? No. Should I use this? Okay, fine. Wait. Lot of constraints. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Now it's fine. No, thanks. Okay. So good listener is one, who demands that it should be clear, the audio should be clear. Good. What is your name? Krishna Kumar. Good. So my options are political science and sociology, as I writing mains from that time. Okay. My first prelims was that in prelims we had options, so I chose geography for that. Okay, so mains political science and sociology 3, and that made me a good teacher. Okay, that explains also the reason why I did not clear. Too much of reading is bad for civil services. Okay, it's not that knowledge that matters, how effectively you study, smart work, and how you present yourself in mains and personality tests, that ensures the. And meanwhile, I leave from where I left. I was told that people are attending from other states also. Okay, those who don't know Tamil. So in between, I may switch to Tamil also, but I will repeat it in English. Okay, fine. I was in a gap in teaching, but I was associated with my friend's institution where I kept teaching. So I want to keep this teaching and I personally kept mentoring many people to clear civil services. This year also 5 of my students have cleared under my personal guidance, exclusive guidance. Okay, so many sub-collectors and SPs, okay, present Tamil Nadu are my students, especially Kishan of Tirunelveli, the sub-collector, and the assistant superintendent of police Rakupati of Kadalur, okay, and Charushri Ranipet collector. Okay, all these people go and tell my name, they'll say yes, it's Satyapal sir who curated us in the answer writing session. Only mains examination, mains test. I've evaluated their papers. I've given them value additions that With that, they were able to clear. Some people were repeatedly going for interview but not clearing. Repeatedly writing means not clearing. When they come to me, I find out what exactly is the problem with them, give the customized solution. So they've cleared the paper. Okay. So now one fine day, Sir Bhuminathan sir called me and said this year he is having a different vision for the academy and for the civil service aspirants in Tamil Nadu especially and South India. Okay, for that. At the same time, coincidentally, May 8th, okay, article came up in Tamil Hindu talking about why the results in civil services is reducing in Tamil Nadu. Once we were having 16% to 18% share in civil services result, 1980s. Then it reduced to 12 in 2010. So from 2017, a slow decline, and this year it is just 4.5%. Out of 1,065 candidates, only 45 has cleared the final examination. So gradually we have decreased, and the steep decrease in the past 3 years. Okay, which is not good for the state of Tamil Nadu, and that is why the present government in Tamil Nadu has gone for a new scheme called Non-Mudalvan scheme in order to retrieve back the status of Tamil Nadu as a biggest shareholder in civil services results, final results. Okay, and second, another disturbing trend that I felt and I gave inputs to the editorial is that people are clearing civil service in third, fourth attempt. Okay, only the average age is 27, 28 years. Why can't be changed to the earlier thing? No, like within 23 years, why can't they clear? Why can't people clear in first? What are they lagging behind? So for these two things, there are multi reasons. Okay, which I've given input to the famous journalist, and he has written it. Okay, I've contributed anonymously for certain reasons, because only when we speak anonymously, we can be critical. Okay. So now I'm going live, I know, but still, people acknowledge that it is my contribution. The thing is, when I was thinking about this, suddenly sir called and said, I'm having a good new idea that I have to pull in all good resources to my institute. Okay, whether you are pursuing your own ambition or not, you come and do the service for the civil service community. Students must clear the examination young and in first attempt. Okay, these are the two goals. And he said, we have to give the best of people from the city under one roof, that is Kingmakers IAS Academy. So 9 stalwarts of various optional subjects has come under one roof, as join hands with Mr. Bhuminathan this year only. Okay, this is my second stage in Kingmakers Academy. Last week this was the first one, and this is second. Okay, I used to stroll, I should say, not walk. Okay, over these places all around Annanagar. There is no place in Annanagar that I haven't walked. Okay, I've seen. So I've seen the entrance. Okay, and I'm happy that I'm here. I'm associated with him for one good purpose, is that people have to clear the examination. Aspirants have cleared it in the first attempt and in a younger age. And all India rank 1 should be from Tamil Nadu, especially from this institute. Is his dream, which I also share. Because the last time first rank came from Tamil Nadu was in, any idea? 2011. Divyadarshini is my friend. Okay, we went to interview together the same day. Okay, I attended the interview from 2011 to 15, 5 consecutive interviews. Okay, good friend of mine. She was then Ranipet collector. Now she is transferred to some other district. Okay, the last time I heard from her, she was in Ranipet. Okay, fine. Now 2024, 2011, 2000, okay, almost decade is gone. Okay, so that is also one of the aim. Okay, fine. So we 9 people will also be, some of us will be also handling general studies. Okay, for the coming year. Okay, so I've known for teaching polity well in all the places. You may ask your seniors. You tell my name. For those who have not listened my name, I'm Sathiya Paul. Okay. Not the one who caused the Jallianwala Bagh, right? Okay. So there are 2 leaders who were arrested, Dr. Satyapal Singh and Saifuddin Kichlu. Okay. To protest their arrest, only people gathered at Jallianwala Bagh. Yeah. Okay. And thus resulted the most notorious event of the 20th century, I should say. Okay. Anyway. I'll be teaching governance as well as polity, for the coming batch, general studies. And for you guys, I've told you are already into the preparation and you're going to give the coming prelims, right? So after prelims, I'll be supporting you people in the second paper, GA second paper, polity, okay, bilateral relation. Okay, I have a structure to how to prepare and how to present, so for bilateral relation, governance, and ethics paper also. I'm good at evaluating ethics paper, so I'll be supporting there also. Okay, and in general, answer writing, answer structuring, presenting the answer, how to understand the question words like examine, analyze, discuss, okay, critically examine, okay, substantiate, justify, how to differentiate between them. Okay, the same question but different question words, how the framework would differ, how the structure would differ. Yes. திருப்பி முதல்ல இருந்து பேச சொல்லிடுறீங்க. Okay, fine. So I can give you the techniques, and when we have a personal evaluation, one-to-one evaluation, after you write the answers, I'll be able to identify whether your answer style is unique, whether you can follow it. It's good if need some amendment, I would say, or if it needs a complete overhaul, we would suggest that. Okay, entire team is going to, not only me, okay, and it's going to be a teamwork this time, okay, not a one-man show. So I told sir, if you are, asking me to come and tell that you are going to do all these, no, sir, we have to have a discussion before each and every session that we go before the students in order to have a collective teamwork, and it should be the collective minds thinking that goes into you, not the individual thinking. Okay, fine. Yeah. Still audible, no? I think. Okay. So today's session is about polity current affairs consolidated 2024 in 4 hours. Okay. Sir, is it possible to talk the entire year's political current affairs in 4 hours? Is it possible? To an extent possible. Okay. There are certain things, okay, which cannot be done. That is why we are sharing you a material. Each subject, current affairs prepared by the academy, is given to you, shared with you, which consists of every single current affair related to polity. Okay, so we are trying to cover the area which is more expected in question paper this year. Okay, so the areas where, and with 15 years of teaching experience and I should say 7 years of aspirant life like you, I'll be able to predict the areas where most of the questions will come. Just if you open the YouTube now and check all the institutes which have already done this current affairs stuff, all are talking only about election related current affairs only, because we are in an election year. True that you will get a question, one, okay, rare case, two, and are you going to spend more time on those to prepare for those 2 questions? It's not absolutely correct. Maybe you may think that it is election year, so much of things is, yes, you need to know, but you can do it by yourself. But what exactly will ask, what areas will be covered? You must be given a comprehensive, all dimensional view about the subject, okay, in order to tackle the question. And on average, 15 questions is asked for prelims examination, right? Correct? Okay. In that, if you read Indian polity one time and you have taken regular tests, you will be able to answer 10 out of 15 questions. 10 questions guaranteed. Okay. You attend the session, additional 2 guaranteed. Okay. I'm a realistic person. I don't over promise, but you must know that 2 marks makes the difference. That 2 mark makes the difference. Another 3 will be difficult for all, okay, and interpretative in nature. You have read well, revised well, attended the session, okay, that in that 3 questions, okay, when you make a logical guess, the probability of getting correct is at least 2 out of 3. Okay, so only 2 or 3 questions you won't be able to answer in polity, and polity is the area where you can take full marks. I mean, almost all the questions. So other areas you cannot predict where the question is from. Okay, in fact, polity, geography, history, and for that matter, to an extent, economy also. If you are good at current affairs, you have studied well enough, okay, or regular and studious students, you will be able to take maximum number of questions in that. Okay, fine. So before going to polity, even the demo last week I did, I just want to teach you how to fish rather than catch fish and give in your hand. I don't want to spoon feed you. Of course that will be done, but later. But before that I'll teach you the technique. Okay. So I'll ask one genuine question. Okay. How many of you have regularly read newspaper the entire year? Raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2. Okay. How many of you have regularly read the current affairs magazine of any institute? Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. Okay. Now, it means that majority of you are not having any touch with current affairs, or even if it is, you are not satisfied with it, right? So, how many more days for prelims? Okay, so for those who ask, sir, in 4 hours, can you teach the entire polity that is required for examination? I'll teach you the technique in the next 10 days, how to cover all the current affairs of all the subjects, right? And I'll do it with reason. Okay. So I am known for reasoning for. I don't claim big things. Speak magically and go off. When I say something, there will be a point in it. There will be a reason in it. In 2022, listen carefully. Okay, I want full attention from you. Okay, so you attend this class, attend these techniques, follow these techniques. 10 days enough to revise 1 year current affairs. Okay, fine. 2022, a famous ChatGPT. Right? Many of you may be knowing. Okay, it took the prelims examination. Okay, people fed the UPSC 2022 prelims paper, question paper into ChatGPT. You know what happened? ChatGPT failed. Okay, so what was the mark it received? 54 out of 100, 54. Okay, so remaining 46 question. Okay, wrong. So 46 questions wrong means you should calculate, it won't get. What is the cutoff of general category? 2022, any idea? 87. Out of 200 marks, 87. It didn't even get 87, okay, it didn't qualify. Even if you take into account the reservation thing, EWS, SC, ST and all, even that it did not clear. ChatGPT did not clear. And now people will come and say, what? UPSC is unpredictable public service commission. UPSC, those who said question are like genius people. Their questions cannot be answered. However difficult you study, however intelligent you may be, the system is wrong. So that is why even the artificial intelligence failed. Compared with the human intelligence, normal human intelligence, how can we pass? You must remember at that same 2022, many passed. Right? What about that 13,000 people? Okay, so you must go and analyze what happened with ChatGPT. Okay, one is that ChatGPT worked with the data which was updated only till September 2021. After that it is not, the data, it did not have the data after September 2021. What is the inference we get? Now CSAT paper, what is the inference you get? Current affairs based question. Even the static parts comes from current affairs. And from where? After September. Okay, after September. This is not that 1 year. Every year the same trend follows. Okay, that in order to give equal and level playing field for this polity class, so always I will be using equality, word equality. Okay, so equal opportunity to all, level playing field to all, especially for the freshers, first time those who are taking, they are asking questions from the updated version. That is why the unupdated artificial intelligence tool was not able to clear the exam. If it is updated till the date it took the examination, and especially after the prelims exam over, that night, because all of us will go and search for the answer in Google. Google immediately tries to throw the right answer, and the data is there. Okay, so A will answer perfectly. Okay, so some September current affairs, keep this in point. Okay, so September, and how to study that current affairs, whether it is from September to April, go reverse direction. April to September. First finish April, Okay, and then go for, already the question paper is ready. Okay, only because of the election and the last minute they postponed. So April, then March, February, January. Okay, in that order. Okay, reverse order. You have to study the. Second thing is, AI is based on knowledge that has been entered into the internet. Okay, but it was not trained in exam taking technique. It does not know which question to choose, which question to leave. Okay, it didn't worry about negative marking. It did not take any decision about negative marking or what question to leave so as to secure a place in the mains examination. Okay, so second thing is, remember, even if you are answering only 50 questions, 45 to 50 questions, if you are able to leave remaining whichever will become wrong or some other strategies that you, for techniques you follow, you will be able to clear this examination. Okay, so for current affairs and static revision, and then you go. Okay, the second thing as you. Okay, and yes, so with respect to artificial intelligence, it did not have the motivation. Okay, it is a machine, but we have motivation, right? Okay, we have purpose in life. AI does not have a purpose unless it is algorithmed. Right, we have a purpose. Okay, so keep one thing that mind, that what makes you, what demands you to become a civil servant and to clear the prelims this year itself. Okay, that will make you to work. Okay, fine. So current affairs. Okay, usually people say 1.5 years. Okay, that 7 people who raised your hands, keep your way. Don't change. Okay, at the last time coming and saying something, if you are changing, that is a bad decision. I am telling this for those people who are not regularly in touch with newspaper or current affairs magazine, who desperately wants to fill that gap. I know you are all here because you want to fill that gap, right? Okay, so for those people who want to fill the gap, just from September, you read the thing in the reverse order. You have to read it, okay, and take as many tests as possible, take as many questions as possible in order to identify the technique of how to take the question, which question to take, which not to. Okay, probably other faculties would have shared those enough knowledge. Okay, fine. Now, I would like you to form a group of 3 or 4, and we are sharing the current affairs material, right, for each subject. Okay, so with that each subject, you can allocate subjects between yourself. Who's good at polity can take polity, who's good at economic can read economic, who's good at geography can take geography related, current affairs, international, like that. Among 3 of your group, morning from one particular time to one particular time, 7 hours. Okay, 7 hours sit and study by yourself, individual, and then come and have a group discussion wherein you will be marking while reading, this can be a potential area of question, this is an interesting point here. UPSC may ask this with your own experience, even though you may have an amateur experience, a novice experience. Don't worry about that. You just share it with your friends. Okay, when you are sharing it for friends, one time sharing with friend is equals to 10 time reading memory. Okay, so whatever so many people will think, sir, if I share with my friend, that boy, girl will clear the exam, I don't want to do that. Okay, don't think like that, let's work together. Okay, compete to defeat. Your competitors not who's sitting nearby. Okay, there are competitors across the country. Okay, so you cooperate well. Okay, enhance your knowledge, enhance your test taking skills. At the end of the day, you people will be defeating other competitors. Okay, unknown, unseen competitors. Okay, but real competitors, right? So cooperate to defeat. Remember this. I think some of you might have read the novel 5.1. Anybody? No. The famous statement, right? Cooperate to defeat. Okay, that he would have told in some other sense, humorous sense. But let's use it in a very positive sense, right? Cooperate to defeat. Okay, so form a group, share your content, one and 1.5 hours discussion. That's all. Okay, otherwise, people will start gossiping. Okay, so that's our. Okay. He was speaking this, he was cracking this joke. Okay, Sathiya sir, 5 times interview, unlucky fellow, did not clear it. Okay, I must tell you, I was a serious candidate. I cleared IBPS, banking examination, SSC, TNPC twice, Food Corporation of India deputy manager, etc., etc. Okay, at least 10 plus examinations I cleared because I seriously prepared for civil service. I did not take up these jobs for certain reasons which I need not share with you. One reason is I wanted to do something equal to IAS. Okay, if the society has not given, or the UPSC, I should say UPSC has not given the opportunity, I should take the opportunity to serve the country in some other way. Okay, teaching plus some other way. Okay, fine. Now, after the group discussion, you will feel that you are covering as much as the areas as possible, and it is a time-tested strategy. For those people who have come to me, okay, this is the first time I am revealing it in any stage, any of my teaching stage, who have personally come to me only, I have told this, okay, this technique, and they have cleared it. Okay, now, sir, when I discussing, I was sharing, sir, I won't say this because I tell only to those people who come to me personally or so much attached to me. He said, no, these people needs to be told this, okay, the aspirant community, okay, so you please do. And that is the reason why I am sharing it. And if you follow, 100% I will tell you will clear prelims, even if you have not touched newspapers and current affairs till now, next 10 days. Okay, I am just telling next 10 days because other remaining days for your static portion. Okay, other things, respective faculties would have told you how to revise quickly. Okay, so current affairs based static preparation also will help. When you do this preparation, I may not guarantee you 100% clearing. Okay, but I'll ensure the probability of you clearing will increase substantially. Your chances will increase substantially. Okay, if you have attended classes, if you have read at least 50 to 60% of the syllabus, you still feel that current affairs is the place where you are short of, then this strategy will work out. For others who are preparing well, for others who are well advanced, for completed 1.5 years, they will say, sir, you are telling this now only. If you told in the beginning itself, you would have studied from September. No. Okay, so you are already prepared for mains. Now these people who have cleared with this the technique I am telling you, after prelims you have to come to me, I will tell what has to be done for mains, okay, in order to fill the gap that you have missed so far. Right? Okay, so those who are well in advance, don't feel bad about it, should be happy that you are advanced in the race. Okay, and you should be lucky, out of 180 I said, okay, only 7 has read current affairs. So overall you take the statistics in entire India. Okay, only 3.5% would have followed current affairs perfectly. Okay, so out of serious candidates of 50,000, okay, around 20% clears the prelims examination. Okay, so you are still having the probability of clearing the examination of 16.5 to 17%, right? Yes? Sir, I am not understanding what you are speaking, sir. Okay, in simple words, you still have the chance. Don't lose hope. Okay, so with this I'll get into the subject, okay, current affairs. Okay, I've just prepared a mix of things, okay, variety of things which would most probably asked in the examination. Okay. Is it possible that I keep like this? No? Check whether I'm audible. Okay. Am I audible? Krishna Kumar. Done. Okay. So how many of you freshers? I mean, not yet prepared freshers, only few. Okay. So how many are going to take this prelims? Good. So any repeaters here, second time, third time? Okay. So I assume all of them are taking prelims for the first time, and I'll take the class accordingly. Okay, so the method will not be through question. Okay, that is the new method people follow, new technique they follow. But what I will do is I will explain a concept, and wherever there is a point that should be remembered for the examination, I will tell that you note it down. Okay, so that would be easier method for covering more topics. Okay, otherwise it will be difficult. We have given you a comprehensive list of topics as well as question answers, prelims with an explanation. So that will help you for further preparation. Okay. So now we are going to talk about the delimitation process, which is in the news. Okay. I'll tell you the context because after, listen first. Okay. I'll give you time to write. Okay, don't copy the PPT as soon as I go for a new page. First, let me explain, and then I'll tell that note it down. I'll give time. At that time, you can do. This is actually 42nd Amendment Act, okay, it's not 82. Okay, fine. So the Constitution demands by Article 82 that a delimitation commission has to be set up after every census. Okay, census every 10 years we have census, and after every census we must have a delim. What is this delimitation process? It means two. One is, as you know, it is allocation of seats. Okay, allocation of seats to Lok Sabha. Okay, it should change according to the population, right? Okay, point you must remember is all the constituencies for Lok Sabha, the general election, no, Lok Sabha, it should have the same population, more or less same population, because all people are having same value. So everybody, when they vote, their vote must be equal to the vote of every another citizen. So you can make right that population of all the constituencies should be the same. Okay. Population of all the constituencies should be same. Okay, and there is another principle, okay, which says that every state, no, each state should have a representation according to its population. Greater the population, greater the seats. If you have Uttar Pradesh, okay, what is its population? Estimated, okay, we have not conducted 2021, so reason only God knows. Okay, we know but we can't say. Okay, 2021 census they have to conduct. The estimate says that it should have crossed 16 crore, 18 crore, okay, minimum. I'm giving a rough estimate, most conservative one. So it will have around 80 seats. Tamil Nadu having 39, the population estimate is about 8 crore plus. Okay, so almost double. So automatically double the number of seats, right? So delimitation process involves allocation of seats to Lok Sabha and redrawing the boundaries of the constituencies, because every constituency should have same population, and bigger the states, higher the Lok Sabha seats. Smaller the states, less number of seats. Okay. But what happened is in 1961 to 1971, okay, an important event took place in our population measure, okay, demographic situation, we will say, demography. Population explosion, 1961 to 71, okay, population exploded, okay, at the time of our freedom, 1947, okay, we had 300 million population. So it almost tripled by 1971. Almost tripled, okay, 2.5 times. Okay, so these statistics and all is for your understanding purpose only. They won't ask in the examination, don't worry. Okay, just listen the concept. So 2.5 times it is. So in 1971, okay, 1971, the census data came. So immediately what they did is they created, in 1976, they are creating the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act in the year, which year? You know this, right? Very famous mini constitution. In 1976. They're saying that hereafter, we need not give the Lok Sabha constituencies according to the population of the state, because we want to incentivize states which are controlling their population. If we keep on saying that more the number of population, more seats, for political reasons, every state will start encouraging more population. 2 weeks before, there was a report by the Economic Advisory Council. Okay, one of the lady member has given a report that Muslim population is increasing, Hindu population is decreasing. Tomorrow, Hindus may become a minority. Okay, unwarranted assumption, I could say, or conclusion, without going into the proper data. Okay, without going into the proper statistics. Okay, so many explanation came following that report, okay, for the entire week, okay, telling about how population is related to politics. Okay, more the population, more is the seats. If you say, people will tend to get more children rather than stabilizing the population. So they wanted to freeze the allocation of seats to Lok Sabha based on 1971 census. Point one that you must note. Okay, based on 1971 census. As of now, based on 1971 census only. Okay, allocation of seats to Lok Sabha is there. That 543 is there, no? Okay, after that they said, okay, let us wait till 2001. Okay, after 2001, okay, we can go for a delimitation process. Okay, like that, they said in 42nd Amendment Act. Why? Because they thought that they will attain the population stabilization by 2000 years. Next 30 years, Indira Gandhi thought that, okay, population stabilization can occur. Okay, so what is this population stabilization? Listen, there is a concept called as fertility rate. Okay, fertility rate. Okay, whatever I write it in the board, it means that you have to note it down. Okay, so this differs state to state. That is, every couple, how many children they can get. Okay, every couple, no? Okay, if they are getting 2 children, the fertility rate is 2. Okay, if they are going to get 3 children, it is 3. If they are going to get 1 children, it is 1. Okay, for certain states where population is too high, even now, the fertility rates are around 2.5 to 3%. 2.5 children to 3 children. Okay, states like Tamil Nadu, southern states, okay, less than 2%. Okay, Tamil Nadu it is 1.7. Okay. Okay, they are not going to ask in UPSC, TNPC they may ask. Okay, our fertility rate is 1.7. What is the ideal fertility rate of any community, any group? 2.1. Very good. That is also called as replacement ratio. Good that you know. You are reading current affairs. Okay, 2.1 is the replacement ratio. Okay. So what is replacement ratio? The present population will be exactly replicated in the next generation. Every generation, same amount of population. If in a community or in a country or a state, if 1 lakh population is there, okay, the same population will be replaced. Okay, there will be no increase in population, for that matter, no decrease in population. Increase in population, we need to produce more. That is a problem. Decrease in population, we should take care of the elderly people. Okay, so there will be more dependent population, less working population. That is also a problem. Okay, when the population reduces. Okay, because all the younger population will be turned into old age population. Old age cannot work. We need to support them. The entire society's burden increases. That is also not correct. China is the best example for that. They are suffering from their own population policy. Okay, because of having the policy of 2 parents for a couple, one child. Okay, so now they have reduced to a situation where that one particular child has to take care of 4 people, 1:4, which is a very difficult one. Okay, fine. So they thought it will happen in 2001. That entire country will achieve population stabilization by 2001. So we'll freeze it. But it did not happen. Okay, so they wanted to go for the next amendment, 87 Constitutional Amendment Act, and they said we can freeze it till 2021. Okay, another 20 years. Let us not increase the number of seats to Lok Sabha. Right now, okay, the present union government has constructed the new parliament. Okay, the new parliament's capacity is not 543, it is 1000 plus. Why is it so? Because they are anticipating that in 2026 we have to go for a delimitation process. Okay, after 2020 census you have to go for a delimitation process, and then 2031, after 2031 you have to go for a delimitation process and increase the number of seats. Okay, fine. So in what they are saying is, in 84th Constitutional Amendment Act, they have said let us go for 2026. Okay, after 2026 only we can go for the delimitation process. Why this 2026 year was taken? Because at that time they thought in the year 2026 population stabilization will occur, just 2 years from now, right? But is this the scenario? No. Now the population experts, that is demographers, are saying that India's population will stabilize by 2050. For that matter, the report on Muslim population also says that the Muslim population also will stabilize along with the Indian population in the year 2050. Okay, so there is an alternative expectation. The government may postpone this freeze to 2056 also, from 2026 to 2050. So for that matter 2046, okay, whichever it is. But the present regime is not in that mood. They want to increase the number of seats to Lok Sabha. Okay, fine. So the 42nd Amendment Act, you must remember exactly the double, 84, okay, you must remember. And then the 87th Amendment Act, 87th Amendment Act says, okay, we agree with that for population stabilization measure, you are going for freezing of the seats to Lok Sabha. It is not increased, okay, from 1971 onwards. But that had resulted in a peculiar situation that certain constituencies had around 50 lakh people also. Okay, certain constituencies, parliamentary constituencies had people fewer than 50,000. Okay, how come, you know, an MP represents 50 lakh in the same country, another MP is representing 50,000, which is actually inequality, right? That does not augur well for the political equality of this country. So they said that, you know, we have to correct the numbers. So only when you give, you know, seats to Lok Sabha based on population of the state, problem. But within each state, you can rearrange the constituencies in such a way all the constituencies are having the same population, right? All constituencies ku ore population varudhu enna pannalam, constituency oda idu vandu parliamentary constituency redraw pannalam. Okay, so if you take Tamil Nadu, the 39 number will be the same. 39 MPs will go to Parliament, Lok Sabha, but in that 39, their boundaries will be re-altered in order to ensure all the constituencies same number. All the constituencies we are having the same number, same proportion. Okay. So அது வந்து என்ன சொல்றாங்க, 87th Constitutional Amendment Act they are bringing and say that based on 2001 census what we can do, based on 2000 census we can redraw the boundaries of the constituencies, but allocation of seats shall remain with the 1971 census. We are deciding. Okay, so this is the final point. இது வரைக்கும் கவனிக்கலனாலும் பரவாயில்ல, இந்த பாயிண்ட் ஞாபகம் வச்சுங்க. The present allocation of seats to Lok Sabha is based on which census? 1971. Write it down. And the allocation, the redrawing of boundaries of the constituencies is based on which census? 2001. Yeah. So இதுதான் கொஸ்டின் கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஓகே, 2001. ஓகே, அதுக்கப்புறம் 2001க்கு அப்புறம் they are initiating a delimitation commission and then they are redrawing the boundaries. And 2009 elections was the first election after redrawing the boundaries of the constituencies based on 2000 census. In the election 2009 general election. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 2008 Karnataka election. The first election after the recent redrawal of boundaries of the states was Karnataka in the year 2008. Note it down. 2008-2009 general election. Okay, இது என்ன ஏன் நியூஸ்ல இருக்கு? Kerala. Okay, in Kerala local body elections is going to be conducted, right? So before conducting the elections adukku இன்னும் 1 year time இருக்கு, but still the Kerala government wants to bring an ordinance. We are going to talk about the ordinance also, ordinance making power. Okay, and what are the questions that may be asked from that? Okay, they are going the ordinance method in order to bring this delimitation, which is first time in Indian history. இது வரைக்கும் delimitation கொண்டு வந்தா பொறுத்து சட்டசபை கூடுற வரைக்கும் வச்சு அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு தான் ஒரு லா கிரியேட் பண்ணி பண்ணுவாங்க. அதே மாதிரி the union இதுலையுமே delimitation occurs in a normal process. It is not done through the ordinance route. This is the first time in Indian history. Presently, okay, the Kerala government is trying for such a thing. Okay, fine. அதெல்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டான், எந்த கவர்மெண்ட் இப்போ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு, கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ், they will come to here. Okay, so what about delimitation process? Okay, so இந்த delimitation இன்னும் நீங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது என்ன அப்படின்னா, okay, delimitation process la, okay, article number 82, note down, delimitation article number 82, it talks about constituting a delimitation commission. Who will create the delimitation commission? Parliament. Note it down. Parliament creates the delimitation commission. Okay. Delimitation commission will be like any number. Ellame top level offices. Okay. Ground level la poi neenga constituencies la redraw pannum. You have to redraw the constituencies. Who will be doing that? Election commission. Delimitation commission with the support of election commission involves in delimitation process. Okay, so main election commission na okay that role, and election commission only have all the details related to elections, electoral rolls, constituencies, okay, and the entire data about elections they will be supporting. The delimitation commission is an ad hoc commission, ad hoc meaning temporary. Once its work is over, the commission will be dismantled. It is not a permanent commission. For every delimitation, a new commission has to be set up. Once the work is over, it will be done away with. Note panikkinga. Okay, then delimitation process decision. The decision by the delimitation commission, என்ன constituencies draw பண்றாங்களோ, என்ன number of seats they are allocating to Lok Sabha is not questionable in the court of law. Very important. It's not subjected to judicial review. It is not subjected to judicial review. Note it down. You may be asking, sir, 2 years before in Tamil Nadu there were a case relating to delimitation and all. The case is all about, okay, the methodology for that was adopted for delimitation. The question was not on the final verdict. The point is whatever decision taken by the delimitation commission on the allocation of seats to Lok Sabha, for that matter redrawing the boundaries of the seat, is final, not subjected to judicial review. Okay, fine. So delimitation related to local bodies is carried out by whom? State election commission. State election. Okay, I have to repeat, with respect to Lok Sabha constituencies and state legislative assembly constituencies, the delimitation process is carried out by the delimitation commission created by Parliament and election commission. State delimitation commission along with the help of state election commission. எதுக்கு ஸ்டேட் எலெக்ஷன் கிடையாது, ஒன்ஸ் அகேன் லோக்கல் பாடிஸ் தான் ஸ்டேட் எலெக்ஷன் கமிஷன். ஓகே, டன். நெக்ஸ்ட் போயிடுவோம். ஓகே, ரிசர்வேஷன் ஃபார் மராத்தாஸ். ஓகே, ஜென்ரலி தே டு நாட் ஆஸ்க் சென்சிட்டிவ் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ரிலேட்டட் டு காஸ்ட் அண்ட் ரிலிஜன் இன் யூபிஎஸ்சி. அது மனசில் வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஓகே, இங்கேயே ரொம்ப போட்டு குழப்பம். ரூமில் பாதி நேரம் டிஸ்கஷன் எதை பற்றி தான் இருக்கும்? ஓகே, ரிசர்வேஷன் பற்றி தான் இருக்கும். ஓகே, அப்புறம் ரிலிஜன் பற்றி தான் இருக்கும். என்னென்னா மந்தர் பாலிடிக்ஸ், மண்டல் பாலிடிக்ஸ். திஸ் இஸ் த டூ பாலிடிக்ஸ் கோர் ஆஃப் இந்தியன் பாலிடிக்ஸ். அது பொலிட்டிஷியன்ஸ்க்கு. பட் நம்மளும் பேசிட்டு இருப்பான். ஆல் த bureaucrats who are preparing for the exam, they also do the same thing. Don't do that. Okay, they don't usually ask. Okay, but either you must know the related articles. That can be a possible question. Okay, neutrally, on what basis reservation is enabled, whether it is a fundamental right or not, what is the exact constitutional provisions which gives reservation and authenticity, okay, and what are the parameters that has to be taken into as conditions while giving reservation, and giving reservation whether it is discretion of the government or it is mandatory, ellam paapom. Okay, the questions na vandu possible questions. Okay, fine. Okay, so reservation is actually is not a fundamental right. Point 1, it is an exemption to right to equality. Okay, it is an exemption to right to equality. All should be treated equal. Explanation enna, all should be treated equal. Exemption, certain categories can be provided with special benefits for their upliftment, for the historical injustice meted out to them. Okay, such people are like OBCs, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, sometimes differently able people. Okay, so we have a different type of categories, so they can given reservation. Okay, so it's an exemption to Article 14, right to equality. Enna article varudhu? Okay, ஒரே நிமிஷம். This one. Okay, so right to equality, Article 14. Okay, so Article 14 la they are saying that yes, socially and educationally backward sections அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கலாம். And 14(6), Okay, 103 Constitutional Amendment Act, you know. Okay, so they have added this one also. Economically backward section. Okay, இதை பற்றி பெருசாக டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணல, பட் ஆர்டிகல்ஸ் மட்டும் தெரிஞ்சுங்க. 16(4)(6), சாரி 14(4)(14). I'm sorry, 15(4)(15)(6). 15(4) and 15(6). அதே மாதிரி 16(4)(16)(6). ஓகே, இது ரெண்டும். எனேபிளிங் ஆர்டிகல் என்னது? 335. Okay, enabling article 335. Article 335 says that the government can do anything in order to benefit the socially and educationally backward sections of the society, provided it does not affect the efficiency of administration. எந்த இடத்துல socially and economically backwardக்கு பெட்டரா கொடுக்கலாம்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா ஆர்டிகல் 335. ஓகே, அதை வச்சு தான் பண்ணுவாங்க. பட் there is a protest, people file case in the court of law. சம்பக்கரன் துரைராஜன் கேஸ் 1951. ஓகே, அது எக்ஸாமுக்கு தேவையில்லை, பட் 1951 கேஸ். அதுக்கு ரியாக்ஷனாக தான் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் கொண்டு வந்து எக்ஸம்ஷனாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. ஸோ த பாயிண்ட் இஸ், ரிசர்வேஷன் இஸ் நாட் அ ஃபண்டமெண்டல் ரைட், இட் இஸ் அ எக்ஸம்ஷன். ஓகே, ஸோ ரீசெண்டாக கூட இன்னொரு ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, ரைட் டு மேரி இஸ் நாட் அ ஃபண்டமெண்டல் ரைட். ஓகே, எல்ஜிபிடி மேரேஜஸ் அலோவ் பண்ணலாமா வேண்டாமா, வெதர் வி கேன் அக்செப்ட் த சேம் செக்ஸ் மேரேஜஸ், especially with the LGBT queer community, they say. Okay, LGBTQT, T-யும் add பண்ணிட்டாங்க, LGBTQ queer section. Okay, who has a different sexual orientation, whether to give them the permission to have, okay, civilian unions, that is same sex marriages. They said no, there is no right to marry. Sir, அப்போ ஹாதியா கேஸ்னு ஒன்று வந்துச்சு, அது ப்ரிலிம்ஸ்லையும் கேட்டாங்க. They asked question in prelims. Okay, this particular thing comes under which article? We said article 21. But that is right to choose a spouse. Right to marry is different. Okay, right to choose a person for marriage is different, according to recent judgment. So what is that? Whom you are going to marry is different. Okay, but within a certain sexual orientation, you are saying that I also have right to marry is not that. The parliament has to give permission, as sollirukanga. Okay. So likewise, right to marry is not a fundamental right. Okay. Likewise, reservation is not a fundamental right. Okay, in the article 77 என்ன ரீசெண்டா நியூஸ்ல இருந்தது, சாரி 77th Amendment Act. Okay, 77 Amendment Act. Okay, 16(4)(a) and 4(b). Okay, it talks about reservation in promotion for SC and ST. The case is still in the court of law. However, okay, article என்னன்னா 14(a), 14(b). எந்த அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் அப்படின்னா 77th Constitutional Amendment Act. அந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் மட்டும் ப்ரிலிம்ஸ்க்கு தெரிஞ்சா போதும், அவ்வளோதான். ரிசர்வேஷன் தேவையா இல்லையா அதெல்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டான். இல்லைனா in mains examination they may ask, discuss the rationale behind reservation, discuss the need for reform in reservationன்றத மெயின்ஸ்க்கு கொஸ்டினாக கேட்கலாம். அது ஒரு டிஸ்கஷன் இப்போ கிடையாது, ஏன்னா ப்ரிலிம்ஸ்க்காக தான் நம்ம come here. Okay, fine. Okay, so electoral bonds. Next, current affairs, electoral bonds. You may get a question on electoral bonds. Okay, so what is the purpose of bringing in electoral bonds? To have funding for the political parties. Point one, you know that. Okay, so no, you're not right. Importantly, anonymity, to give anonymity. Who is the donor? Okay, we don't want the political party to know who is the donor. Okay, so they can act for all people. If you know the donor, no political party will take decisions only for those companies, those communities which has funded the political party. That is not a democratic government. If you want a democratic government, the electoral funding should be anonymous. So one such thing they brought was electoral bond. It was struck to be unconstitutional. Okay, so why it is struck to be unconstitutional is because, okay, the main thing is, you are saying anonymity, but the ruling party will take an advantage because ruling party will have the data. Okay, and moreover, what happened is, when the electoral bond as such, when we see it is good. But when it is read along with the financial acts of year 2016 and 17, okay, which relaxes some restrictions that was given by Representation of People Act. Simpler 3 points noted down. Representation of People Act told that any funding for political party should come from citizens only, not for foreigners, not from foreign company. Any funding, okay, for the political parties, it should come from citizens of India, not from foreigners. Okay. So 2016 they have said foreign companies also can give if provided their subsidiaries are in India, if their outsourcing offices are in India. Now in the globalization era, almost all the multinational companies are having subsidiaries in India. Okay, they have their shops set up in India. Okay, under Shops and Establishment Act and SEZ scheme in economy. So பாயிண்ட் என்ன அப்படின்னா எல்லாமே கொடுக்கலாம் இப்போ. ஓகே, 2016-17 Finance Act 16 Act படி, 17 Finance Act படி. Okay, next income tax says that any company which has income for 3 years continuously, okay, only those companies can give donation to the electoral bonds or take part in the electoral bond scheme. 3 years continuous profit, சும்மா ரன் மட்டும் ஆயிருக்கக்கூடாது. They should have shown profit. ப்ராஃபிட் பண்ணால் டாக்ஸும் கட்டியிருக்கணும். ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் பேயிங் த டேக்ஸ், ஆஃப்டர் ரெஜிஸ்டரிங் த ப்ராஃபிட், then remaining money you can take and give it to the donate to the political party, and certainly it has an exemption under income tax. How? While you take insurance, while you take home loan, or when you give money to social and charitable causes, you will give that income tax exemption. Likewise, if you are funding for political party also, you will get income tax exemption, provided you can give it only after registering registering profits for 3 consecutive years. Okay. One more point is, any company which is in existence for 3 years only, 3 complete years, is eligible to even use the tax exemption schemes, because we have this flyby companies. It will be established by night, it will go. Okay, lot of shell companies are created. Economic class would have listened to it. So these shell companies act as a channeling ground to convert black money into white money, especially through political funding. This should not happen. So they're saying that at least 3 years you should have set up the company, and there was a record of the company of running, producing, selling either goods or services. If not, that company will be treated as shell companies. No donation can be given. But 2016-17 Act said that no, even a company of 1 day of existence can donate. Okay, even a lay person can understand what does it mean. Okay, so you can just like that start a company for namesake. Okay, from that company you can route the political donations, and that is why it has been declared unconstitutional. Okay, so electoral bonds, especially read along with 2016 and 17 Finance Acts, makes it conduit for for funding majorly to ruling party and make the electoral field unlevel field, okay, an uneven field. Fine. So what are the alternative to electoral bonds? Next, okay, see, that is the thing they will ask for, why they have stuck down. Okay, so all other stories, mains examination only. Okay, for prelims, exactly the fact, the data, why, how. Okay, listen. When reading this current affairs discussion and all, you will have a dilemma. Sir, you said read it from September. Okay, you have reduced. Further, can you reduce our time? Tell us something more. Okay, what exactly to look for so that it is easy for us to complete. Yes, I'll tell you how to find out the points that is required for prelims. Okay, you have to ask few questions. Okay, seeing the content. Okay, this you shall use in newspaper reading also for those who are regularly reading newspaper. Okay, you should ask these questions. What? Why? Okay, how? Where? And what is the issues that is involved? Okay. Where and issues and solutions. Any current affairs magazine. Okay, so I prefer that you start with the material that is issued to you from Kingmakers. I reviewed my subject Polity. Okay, it is more comprehensive. It has covered almost all the points which you could find in other magazines also. Start with this and then you go for some other magazines. Okay, so primarily you have to use this. Okay, so anybody who has taken should have taken in this structure. Sometimes the person who have taken the content might have missed any point in this. So if a topic is coming, you have to ask this question. The answers to it for what, why, how and where will be for prelims. Okay, the issues and solution, it is for mains. Okay, so what you can do is in current affairs, if there is a discussion, for example, electric bond scheme, no, what are the positives, what are the negatives? Simultaneous election, what are the positives, negatives? Don't read now. Okay, simultaneous elections, what are the articles that should be amended? Okay, so what are the areas should be amended? Constitution, RP Act, and then FRC Act. Done. Adan prelims. Then positive, negative la mains படிச்சா போதும். அது அப்படியே mains M ன்னு போட்டு next போயிடுங்க. Go to the next. Okay. So what, why, how, and where. Sometimes they would have missed this. Okay, on the entire content, if there is a geographical location, they have not mentioned the geographical location or map is given. You go and see and mark it. Okay. Sometimes why it is in news. They may give, sometimes they may not give. You go and check. So you'll understand the relevance and easily remember. Okay, sometimes they may forget to give the definition. What exactly is a electoral bond? Okay, Ilana, what exactly is a sweep? Okay, that is systematic voter education and participation in election. Okay, electoral participation. Okay, sweep action in order to increase the voter awareness and also increase their participation in election. Okay. So அது என்ன அப்படின்றத கொடுக்காம instead of giving that, they'll directly go to the issue. You go and take and write what it is. Okay, that will be part of your prelims. Revise பண்ணும்போதும் it will be easy. In order to revise fastly, it will be helpful for you. Okay, and I also tell this, whenever you read this current affairs, only which things has to be revised, that has to be underlined. நம்மால எல்லாத்தையும் அண்டர்லைன் பண்றது மனசுல கவிஞர்னு நடக்கும். Okay, don't underline everything. Only which you think that you will forget and you need to revise before the day of examination, you have to underline. Some things will be very familiar and you need not remember them. Anyway, it is already known to you. Okay, Article 14 என்ன? Right to equality. Okay, இது அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணுமா தேவையில்லை, ஆனால் அதை தான் அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணும். ஏன்னா எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கு, வீட்டில் அப்பா அம்மா அதை எடுத்து என்னோட நோட்ஸை பார்த்தாங்கன்னா பையன் படிச்சிருக்கான், பொண்ணு படிச்சிருக்குன்னு தெரியுன்றதுக்காக தெரிஞ்சதை அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணுறது. அண்ட் இஃப் யூ ஹேவ் சடன் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் திங்ஸ், நோ, தட் ஆல்சோ யூல் அண்டர்லைன். Okay, something which you are so proud of. Okay, something you are very happy about. Okay, India is the world's largest democracy. Are you happy of that? Yes or no? What happened to you? Sir, I don't think so. There is democracy in India. Okay, live la போயிட்டு இருக்கு செஷன். உங்களுக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்லை. Okay, so we'll be proud of the fact that India is largest democracy, so we'll be happily underlining that. India is a land of diversity, underline. Okay, so in India, service sector is the largest sector which provides maximum GDP to the country. Okay, there are more number of people who are involved in agriculture. இதெல்லாம் யூபிஎஸ்சி படிக்கிறவங்களுக்கு நார்மலாக தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம். அதை வந்து ஒரு கஸ்டமர் ரீசனுக்காக தே வில் கிவ் இட் இன் த மேகசின். அதை போய் அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணிட்டு உட்காந்துக்கூடாது. யூ வேஸ்ட் டைம் ரிவைசிங் இட். ஓகே, யூ ஷுட் லீவ் தெம். அண்ட் வாட் ஐ வில் டூ இஸ் ஐ வில் ஸ்ட்ரைக் இட் டவுன். And I am telling you to go reverse. It is one reason is, ஒரு சில ஆர்டிகல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா keep repeated every month. செப்டம்பர்லேருந்து மே வரைக்குமே அதை பற்றி டெஃபினட்டாக some of the other new information would have come. The last article would be the most comprehensive one. Okay, for example, I was finding a regular news related to forest dwellers, traditional forest dwellers and their rights act 2006. Okay, some current affairs regular நடந்துட்டு இருந்தனால it was continuously in the magazine, every month magazine. When you read it from the reverse, what happens is you have read the comprehensive. When you see it in the next previous magazine, next magazine for you in the chronology of reading. Adila next time previous year. If you see the same article, you can strike it down. Okay, or go for a fast read and strike it. So next time revision, no need to see that page itself. Just jump and go. No, happily you can complete the book faster. Okay, so reading the reverse way is a good thing. Asking these questions, and obviously they would have talked about this dimension. Any faculty would have talked when a current affairs item is coming. It may be polity, but you just need to think in various dimensions, right? Political, economic, social. This they would have taught already, right? Okay, various dimensions. It's a open secret. Okay, so I need not waste time on that. Okay, so different dimensions. If you take notes and keep revising, it will be easy. Okay, and you know what to read. Remember, you should walk extra mile compared to your competitor. Everybody has the magazines. Say Kingmakers Academy, we are issuing a material to you. Everybody in Kingmakers will read that. Okay, so it's equally good to you who can memorize, will know all the facts. What is the use of reading? Will you be? It's a competitive examination. You need to know more. I would always say to my students, you need to know what all other student knows, and also you must know more than what they know. Okay, you cannot leave what others know. So read that and do that extra mile. This. Okay, so when you are doing this, you will be able to complete them faster. Okay, and then the priority of the areas. Okay, some people know. For when they open the current affairs magazine, immediately they will read ethics. Okay, interesting, no? Interesting, very interesting. Okay, so how to answer for ethics, how to write a essay. Okay, and there will be one topper talking about the experience in interview. Our people always, first train themselves for interview. First clear the prelims, then you get an opportunity to prepare for mains, then for personality test, right? One by one, prioritize what you have to read. Skip all those areas which is given for mains examination. As I told you, points related, issues related, solution related, and all later. Okay, you can have a read, but it should be a quick reading. Okay, and try to skip them. Then only you could gather as much as points as possible for the prelims examination. Okay, fine. So electoral bonds, only few things we are saying, that area concentrate, that is enough. Then electoral trust scheme on alternative to electoral bonds. Okay, electoral trust scheme, ETS, electoral trust scheme. Okay, so whether it is already implemented, yes. Point 1, yes. Okay, under Registration of Companies Act 1956, note down, under Registration of Companies Act 1956. Okay, any company who have registered the same law, registered with the same law, can start a electoral trust. Okay. Instead of directly donating to the political party, people will donate the money to the electoral trust of this company. Electoral trust. So in that, whatever funds they are receiving, all the funds should be transferred to political parties. What you should remember is 95% of the funds deposited by people in this electoral trust should be transferred to political parties. Only 5% can be used for the administrative purpose as salaries, rent, etc. Okay, 5%. In the 95%, எப்படி allocate பண்ண? How to allocate? There are two types of parties: registered parties and recognized parties. Okay, so what is the difference, sir? Any group of people, minimum 7 in number, can create a party. Okay, and they can register the same. They can go and register the same. Okay, any group of 7 people go and register. Okay, so there are certain norms, to be registered, that you have a ideology, you have a regular meeting. Okay, you have a executive council, okay, certain things are there, you will register. Generally election council will register because it is right of everybody to form a party under article 19, association, right to association. Under right to association, any of us can form political party. So election commission cannot say no, they should register. But in order to get recognized, you must get a minimum amount of votes. For example, Lok Sabha election, no, you must be getting 1% of votes, or you should be having 4 different seats, 4 MP seats in 4 different states. Like that, they have some minimal conditions. They won't ask that. Orders of the government will not be asked in polity. Remember, anything which comes from law, anything which comes from constitution only will be asked. Okay, there are many rules and regulations, GOs that is passed by the government. It won't be asked in prelims examination unless and until there is a big issue repeatedly appearing in newspaper. Okay, so recognition means recognized party can have their symbol regularly. Okay, so recognized parties will get prime place in the election campaign in public television. Now it is not relevant. Once upon a time there was a TV called as Doordarshan. Now it is Doordarshan. Okay, only after all other channels fail, now you can watch it. Okay, so Doordarshan during the election times they create a election rooster, okay, or a schedule in which all political parties will given time in order to campaign. Okay, so that campaigning time and order will be allocated according to the recognized parties. Okay, so recognized national parties with higher voter share will come first, then regional parties, and then the unrecognized registered parties will be given time. Okay, so this is how the roster will fill. Likewise, the electoral trusts will allocate money based on the vote share. Based on the vote share, okay. Based on the vote share. Higher the vote share, higher the allocation of money. So it will be done like properly. Okay. So why it is in news? Because this system, electoral bond, is failed. And 2013 they are bringing in a system called as a regulation for electoral trust system. In that there must be transparency. Who has donated to the electoral trust has to be shared. Okay. Before that we had 6 electoral trusts. Okay, they do not fall under this 2013 rule, which means whoever is donating the political party through those 6 trusts, their identity cannot be known. Okay, at the same time the functioning of these trusts, how much money they are allocating to which party, not known. Okay, so after 2013 only it got regulated. Okay, so anyway, now what they are saying is, with the reform of 2013 rules, we can bring back the electoral trust system. Okay, it is in news. Whether we can have it or not is main question. But what is electoral trust system? The points I told, that is enough. If you know that, from that only questions will be asked. Okay, I am not going into that discussion because we have to reserve. We should reserve it for mains examination. Okay, next. State funding of election. Okay, so what is this state funding of election? All political parties being provided an amount of money in order to spend it for the elections. Okay, whether it is implemented? No, it has not been implemented. In India it is feasible, not feasible because of multi-party system. Okay, too much of money would be spent and non-serious candidates would come. Okay, once again it's a matter of mains discussion, so we leave it here. Okay, governor's address. Wait.
Previous slide. Next slide.
Okay. Parliamentary privileges. Yes, the next topic is parliamentary privileges. So there are many news items, okay, related to those parliamentary privileges. The recent one related to Trinamool Congress MP. Okay, so her case has been referred to the ethics committee, right? So we have to talk about parliamentary privileges, what are individual, collective, etc. Now, what are the collective privileges? Okay, you note down while I say it is very important. You must know all the collective privileges. There is a probability of this question being asked. Okay, probability is higher. Okay, so first privilege is that the rules and procedures that should be followed, the rules and procedures that should be followed inside parliament is framed by the house itself. House is framed by the house itself. Whatever rules and procedures that you followed inside the house is framed by the house itself. Point one. Second, the house has the privilege to publish its report or prohibit the publishing of the report. The house, okay, can publish a report about it. Okay, or it can prohibit such publishing. Prohibit. Okay, so they have a right. But the 44th Amendment Act, this point you must mention, but 44th Amendment Act, this privilege has been removed, which means even without the permission of Speaker or the House, the newspapers can publish their report. 44th Amendment Act 1978, 44th Amendment Act 1978, this particular privilege has been toned down, I can say, which means in extraordinary cases, publish panna punishment illa. Usually, there is a convention that newspapers take permission from the Speaker and the Secretariat of the House in order to publish its proceedings as a report in newspaper. That convention still follows. But in case of an emergency, in case if they cannot take the permission, still they want to publish, they can publish. Okay, so this exemption which was earlier accepted is done away with after 44th Amendment Act. Okay. Okay. Third one. No legal process can be initiated within the presence of the House. No legal process can be initiated within the presence of the House. So legal process na enna? Issuing of warrant, okay, attempt of arrest, okay, inquiry, investigation, search of documents. So in the mari police force and law enforcement agencies any legal process should not be initiated within the presence or premises. Okay, premises of the house. House kulla idu panna koodadu. Okay. Next point, the house has the power to punish. The house has power to punish. The house has its power to punish both its members as well as outsiders. இங்க தான் நீங்க நோட் பண்ணணும். prelims ல எப்படி question கேட்பானா ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கொடுத்துருவான். They will give a statement like this. The house can punish its members for their misbehavior or breach of privilege. Statement correct. இதே இப்படி ட்விஸ்ட் பண்ணி கேட்கல. See, remember UPSC prelims is not tough, rather it is tricky. Why it is tricky? The same sentence they will change like this. Okay, the house can punish its members only for its breach of privilege. Whether the statement is correct? No, because they can punish outside members. Okay. So the words are very important in polity, economy, and any social science related questions. Okay, government scheme related questions. You have to be very careful in reading throughout the sentence. Okay, fine. Then, yeah, the functioning of the house cannot be questioned or discussed in the court of law. The functioning of the house cannot be questioned or discussed in the court of law. Okay. So in the individual, what are the individual, privileges that is available? Okay, first is freedom of speech and expression. First is freedom of speech and expression. Okay. There is Article 14, we know. Article 14 has certain exemptions. One of the exemptions for Article 14 is availed by the legislators. Whatever they say and vote is not subjected to the discussion in the court of law, right? They have the freedom of expression. Okay. If you and me speak something and it comes under the ambit of 8 reasonable restrictions. Freedom of speech and expression, 8 reasonable restrictions there. Okay, but for them they have the freedom of speech and expression. Okay. Inside the house, very important. Okay, inside the house, which means if an sitting MP is speaking something, okay, which is not good, which is against the law, is against the Representation of People Act, they can be punished. They can be called into question in the court of law, outside the session. Okay, so now some people will say, okay, sir, MP can enter into the Parliament campus and then can speak anything. No, during the session, very important. When we say in the Parliament, it means that during the session they can say anything which cannot be questioned in the court of law. But remember, it can be questioned by the speaker. Whatever they say can be questioned by the speaker. For what they speak, if it is not good, 2 things can be done. They can be punished or their remarks can be removed from the record. Okay, அதுக்கு என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? Expunge. Okay, whatever they say, the remarks can be taken out from the record and they can be punished, they can be suspended. Okay, actions can be taken against them. Okay. Okay, who is the final authority in taking decisions? Speaker. Speaker is the final authority. Likewise, if they vote against the direction of the political party, they will be subjected to anti-defection law. Anti-defection law pinadi varudha explain pandren. Okay, it is also in current affairs. A lot of defections, there has been change of government in various states of our country. Okay, adum post election defections. And in certain defection cases, law says that person should be removed, but simply because the person has jumped into the ruling party, the person has not been removed, and many regime changes have taken in the recent times. So we are going to talk about the anti-defection law in detail. As of now, if you vote against the direction of the political party, the person can be removed from the post, okay, based on anti-defection law. Who is the final authority in anti-defection law? Speaker. And here an extra information that you would have not read through. The speaker refers the case of disqualification based on anti-defection to which committee? Yes. Speaker, when he finds somebody is defecting, jumping from one political party to another, he would refer the case to which committee of the Parliament? Privileges Committee. Okay. So parliamentary privileges, we have a committee called as Privileges Committee. He refers, this is a possible question. Okay, they may say the matter is referred to Election Commission. The matter is referred to Ethics Committee. The matter is referred to Parliamentary Privileges Committee. Okay, the matter is referred to Rules Committee. A matter is referred to the whip. Okay, what is the answer? I told Election Commission, right? When does Speaker refer a particular case of disqualification to Election Commission? Speaker or President, I would say. Okay, there is a case in which, in a disqualification case, in which MP, if he is is under the criteria of disqualification, the matter shall be referred to Election Commission, yeah, by the President. When? Which case of disqualification? Yes. அது எப்போ எந்த ரிமூவல்? ஓகே லிசன், 3 ரிமூவல் இருக்கு, பின்னாடி பார்ப்போம். பட் நவ் ஐ வில் ரிமெம்பர் யூ, இட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். Whenever a person is under the criteria of disqualification of any of the criteria mentioned in Representation of People Act 1951, Representation of People Act 1951, the matter should be referred to the Election Commission by the President, and whatever opinion that has been given by the Election Commission, it is binding on the President. President cannot take decision. Can you tell why? Why the President cannot take decision? If think like this, what will happen if we allow the President to take decision on the disqualification of an MP who is disqualified under the criteria of RP Act? You have the answer, hesitating to tell me. Very good. President should always act on the aid and advice of Prime Minister and Council of Minister. And the Prime Minister and Council of Minister, they run the government by the support of MPs, majority of the MPs. So those ruling party MPs, even though they are coming under the disqualification criteria, they may not be removed because President's hands are tied. He may not be able to remove the ruling party MP. Only the cases of MPs from opposition party can be taken. What is happening in the anti-defection law? Okay, what is happening in other cases of referring a matter to ethics committee, referring a matter to privileges committee, when opposition member is speaking something and when it happens to be hurtful, immediately it is sent to the privileges committee. But when a ruling party MP speaks something, it is not done, right? So practically in politics, okay, it would be a bias towards the ruling party. So that is why disqualification on the basis of RPA Act is done by the President, but on the referral to the Election Commission and binding by the decision of the Election Commission. Binding. It's not discretion. It's not the Election Commission giving one suggestion and President just walks away or overrules the decision. The President has to, the President must accept the disqualification. Okay. Fine. So individual, I told no freedom of speech and expression, whatever they say outside the house, outside the session is subjected to judicial questioning. Inside house, no questioning. Okay. Then I was talking about Article 14. Some people might have been thinking, sir, freedom of speech and expression is in which article? Article 19. Okay, but I was referring to Article 14. Okay, why was I referring to Article 14? Because right to equality is affected. Okay, for ordinary people, you speak whatever, anywhere, you are under the court's vigilance. You can be called into the court of law to answer for what you speak. You are responsible for whatever you speak. But when it comes to the MPs, the case is not so. Yes. Okay, they have the privilege that they can say something and get a lesser punishment. Sometimes go unpunished. The maximum thing done is their remark is removed from the record, expunged from the record. That's all. Okay, so there is an inequality and an exemption to equality. Article 14. Okay. Then which articles? Very important. Article 105 talks about privileges of the MPs in Parliament. 194 talks about privileges in the State Legislative Assembly. Sir, do we need to remember the articles? No. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, I was asking recently one of my dear student, okay, if you want to choose political science, okay, or for that matter public administration as your option, okay, what is your fear? Okay, what prevents you from doing so? Sir, we need to know all 450 articles. In polity class or polity sir said there are 450 articles, 24 parts. We have to read all those things. Okay, is it possible? No need. Only when those articles in current affairs, important articles you can read. Okay, that is enough. Don't stress yourself more. Okay, so that itself is fine. And remember, I should also tell that the coming year I am going to teach political science and international optionals, as well as I am going to handle the test series for the optional political science option. Okay, coming back here, we have to talk about breach of privilege versus contempt of parliament, which is always confusing. Wherever you don't have a clarity, that is where they ask question in the prelims examination. So when it comes to contempt of parliament and breach of privilege, it is different. Okay, so what is breach of privilege? Listen carefully. We already spoke about collective privileges as well as individual privileges, right? So those people when they criticize the privileges available to the members individually as well as collectively. You just criticize, okay, you just mock, it amounts to breach of privilege. Okay, so how much is the cost of biryani? Yeah, it's perfect. Ranges from okay, fine. Okay, it also depends whether it is vegetarian or non-vegetarian. Okay, fine. Now listen, with respect to parliament, okay, there is a canteen where you get biryani for 5 rupees, okay, and that too, yeah, chicken biryani with leg piece. So now people are planning, sir, Delhi first place is to visit is parliament canteen, right? Okay, idli 1 rupee. Now they have changed it. Recently there was an issue and they increased, but that also not substantial. Still you get a very less rate, no? Because after all, the MPs who are representing us were very poor, no? Okay, so they have to be subsidized, okay, with a less cost of food. Okay. Now I mocked, okay. If a parliamentarian feels that I mocked the privilege that they have, they can initiate a privilege motion against me, breach of privilege motion against me. Okay, so they don't even want. This is a British legacy, you must understand. Okay, so British MPs and the British people who are part of Legislative Council of India, okay, who are making laws for India in the British government, they don't want the criticism. So we didn't have time to codify. Okay, so this one. Okay, we have not yet codified the privileges of our MPs. It is followed as it was for the British MPs. Okay, this point also remember. We have not codified. Okay, so what is the meaning of codification? We have not made it into a law. It is just a practice. If some elderly people just walks into this classroom, so assume that our Prime Minister walks into this classroom. What will you do? Yes? Stand. Okay. Okay. Some people are saying something in mind. Okay. Fine. So you stand out of respect. Is it written anywhere that you have to stand? Is it a law that we have to stand? No, but we do it. Okay. It is a practice. It is a convention, a tradition. Okay. So by tradition, we are giving the privileges. Even that tradition should not be questioned. As of now, we have not codified. We have not converted a law. See, law is written like this, no? Section 1, Section 2, Constitution is written like this, Part 1, Part 2, Article 14, 15, 16. So you give numbers, you give codes to this rules, right? So that is what we call it as codification of law. Okay, before this codification, law is written like paragraphs. Okay, so nobody, every time we have to read through an entire paragraph. To simplify it, we have started codifying. So not codified the privileges, that is one point. There has been already a mains question on this. Okay, year 2012. Okay, fine. So 105, 194. This breach of privileges, questioning the privileges, that's all. Okay. So anybody live, okay, offline people, I know your faces, so you will not go and complain. Anybody on live? Okay. I request don't go and complain. Fun. Okay, fine. Right. Now, contempt of parliament is, parliament creates law. Parliament issues certain orders. Okay, parliament mandates certain things to be done. If you act in such a way to interfere in the act of parliament, their action. Okay, if you are doing something to block their free action. Okay, suppose you are threatening on MP, telling that if you vote for this law, I will not allow you inside the constituency. Okay, or you are going and bribing the MP, telling that I will give you this amount of money, so you vote in favor of this law. Influencing. Okay, or otherwise, okay, the MP starts to attend a parliamentary session. Okay, you are blocking him. Okay, you are preventing him from attending. In all these cases, you are contempt of parliament. You are involving contempt. You are not allowing the parliament to perform its function. The constitution uses 3 key words. The parliament has the freedom to work without any intervention from anybody. It may be government, it may be judiciary or citizen or civil society, whoever it may be. Okay, the parliamentarians need to act with freedom, independence, okay, with authority. Okay, with authority. Okay, what is this authority? That is, whatever they say is final. Okay, here the word, I need more time to explain from the scrap, but since you have attended all the classes, I'm just directly going here. It means the final say is with the parliamentarians. Okay, then the dignity, respect, the reputation that the house has. Okay, so these things has to be protected. Okay, so if there is any impact for these three things, freedom, authority and dignity of the parliamentarians, okay, immediately what? Contempt of court can be issued. Now here you must understand, okay, a breach of privilege can be treated as contempt. When you criticize something about the parliament, the parliamentarians can take it as a contempt of parliament. Okay, breach of privilege only certain thing. Contempt can lead to imprisonment also. Contempt is serious. Compared to breach of privilege and contempt of parliament is serious because it may lead to imprisonment up to 6 months. It may lead to imprisonment up to 6 months. Parliament can imprison you. Okay, if in any way you block the work of the parliament. Okay, contempt of parliament is for 6 months. Okay. There must be some action which may not be breach of privilege. It's not breach of privilege. You are not criticizing the privileges, but you are blocking some action of the parliament. That will be treated as contempt of parliament. Simple. First statement I said, a breach of privilege also can be a contempt. Second statement I'm saying, sometimes act may not be breach of privilege, but still it may be. Sometimes it may be, the otherwise also. Okay. So it is not that both will occur in the same time. Both can occur at the same time. Same act can be treated as both, or same act can be mentioned as only breach of privilege, or another act can be mentioned only as contempt. Okay, so if I have to put it in a diagram, I should say contempt of parliament is a bigger one. Okay, and a rarity. We are bigger. Okay, it gets punishment and it is rare. Okay, whereas breach of privilege may be part of the contempt. It may be treated as a contempt or it may not be treated as a contempt. Okay, so many a time this breach of privilege, okay, will be leading to just a reprimand or admonishment. What do you mean by reprimand and admonition? Just a scolding. Okay, they'll say that no, you should not do like this, and they'll give a big lecture. They'll issue notice. They'll publish it in newspapers telling this particular person has done it. It should not be done. Just educative value. Okay, ensure that it is not occurring again. Okay, but you want to send a person to prison, then definitely it is taken as a contempt petition. Okay, contempt of court. Sorry, contempt of parliament. Then you have this privileges committee. When breach of privilege or contempt of the parliament is done, it is referred to a committee, a privileges committee. In prelims examination, what you must know is, if in Lok Sabha the privileges committee, they have 15 members, 1-5. It is separate committee for Lok Sabha, separate committee for Rajya Sabha. When you read parliamentary committees, you will find each committee is having representation from both, right? 30 members, 20 from this, 10. Okay, sometimes it may change. Okay, estimates committee, public accounts committee. Okay, and then you have PAC. Okay, this one. Yeah, you have other committees, no? Yeah, parliamentary committees. Yeah, public sector. Okay, committee. Yes. Okay, fine. So we have various committees, but these committees are like joint committees, which means you have members from both. But remember, privileges committee, this time when they will ask, okay, whether it is from both. It is not from both. Each house has its own committee. Ethics committee and privileges committee are exclusive committees. They are select committees, not joint committees. Select committee is one members will be from the same house, whereas joint committee means members will be from both the houses. Okay, so privileges and ethics committee from same house. So Lok Sabha 15 members only. Rajya Sabha, okay, 10 members. Okay. Lok Sabha, who is the chairman of this committee? He will be elected from the members. But in Rajya Sabha, invariably it is the deputy chairman. This is another point. Okay. In Rajya Sabha, it is invariably the deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha. This rule is not there for the Lok Sabha. Okay. It is invariably the deputy chairman of Rajya. This is an extraordinary point. Okay. You people may overlook it or not read it while you are doing the regular revision, linear revision. Okay. Okay, fine. So I'll just complete this slide. Privileges committee. What is the difference between ethics committee and privileges? Privileges committee will talk about only the breach of privilege by the members as well as outsiders. But ethics committee exclusively for the members. Privileges both inside and outside. Okay, if they are criticizing the privilege. So anything which does not come under the privilege of the house, the person has not criticized the privilege of the members individually or the members collectively, but they have spoken something which is unparliamentary, which is unacceptable. In that case, the matter will be referred to ethics committee. Okay. And who alone, whose remark alone will be taken into the ethics committee? Only the members, not the outsiders. Whereas privileges committee, both. That is the difference. Okay. Okay. So why we have not codified? What are the problems of non-codification? What are the prospect of codification? What is the utility of ethics committee? Okay. Whether ethics and privileges committee is used for the ruling party purposes and to these and all mains question. Dot. Okay. So we'll go for a break. Okay. After that we will be discussing. I think it is half an hour, right? So 11 o'clock you can be back. Thank Okay, fine. Okay. So we are starting again. Governor's address, Article 163. Why this is in news? Because in many states, in many states, the governors either they cut down the speech that was suggested or recommended by the chief minister and council of ministers. Am I audible? What about the last row? Okay, online. Okay, the chief minister's written recommendation is not followed. So in okay. Mm. So with respect to presidential address, actually it is not presidential address, it is the address of the prime minister and council of ministers. Likewise, state also, the address of the governor should be the address of chief minister and his council of ministers. They are the elected people. That is the mandate of the constitution. Okay, fine. But okay, we are seeing the governors are in no in the recent time frequently changing the text. You know, if I want to use the mic, I can use the mic. Hello. Remove பண்ணிடுவா. Okay. It's audible? Okay. So since the governors are not following the rule, okay, this is in current affairs. So if you ask me what the constitution is saying, according to Article 163, the governor has to read the chief minister's speech only, the government speech only. This has been confirmed by the court of law. So if a statement is given in prelims examination that the governor has to follow verbatim the speech that has been recommended by the chief minister and council of ministers, that is true. Okay, the governor have no discretion on the text given by the government of the day, because the government of the day is elected and they can only talk about the policies of the government. Okay, the governor can only check whether the state government is running the administration based on the constitutional norms. Okay, that is his job. Fine. For examination, they may not ask directly about the governor's speech. They may ask about the discretionary powers of the governor. Remember, the powers of the governor's discretion is wider than that of the president. Make note. Okay. The powers of the discretionary powers of the governor is wider than that of the president. Discretionary powerனா அவங்களே டிசைட் பண்றது. சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் கேட்காம அவங்களாகவே தன்னிச்சையாக டிசைட் பண்றது. எக்ஸாக்ட்ல தமிழ்ல விருப்புரிமை அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. டிஸ்கிரிஷன் ஆஃப் த கவர்னர். He need not listen to the chief minister. He can act by himself. Okay. So 3 points you must remember. 42nd Amendment Act 1976 made the advice of the Prime Minister binding on the President. Correct? We have seen that earlier there was a dilemma whether the President should listen to the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. The word in Article 74 was changed in such a manner that the aid and advice of Council of Ministers was made binding. 1976 binding கேட்டே ஆகணும். கரெக்டா? When such a change was made, the corresponding change was not made. Corresponding change was not made when in the article that talks about the relationship 163, that talks about the relationship between the Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers. Simple notes எழுதிக்கும் போது என்னன்னா 42nd Amendment hyphen corresponding changes not made for governor in 163. Corresponding changes not made for the governor in 163, meaning mandatory கிடையாது, அங்கேயே வேக ஆயிடுச்சு. Okay. When the parliament felt the need to amend the constitution to make clear that advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers is binding on the President, they don't want to make it clear for the state level. The relationship between the Chief Minister and the Governor was kept vague. Second, the Constitution mentions in many places that the Governor can act in discretion, not for the President. Constitution நிறைய இடத்துல, okay, it said that the Governor can act in his discretion. Explicit mentioned. There was explicit mention. எங்கெல்லாம் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா just one words note பண்ணிக்கிங்க. First, reserving bill, right? Reserving state bill. Recommendation to that of President. This you want to know, right? Recommendation of presidential rule. Okay, இந்த இடத்துல என்ன பண்ணணும்? They can act as a discretion. Okay. Okay. அதே மாதிரி certain bills must be reserved ன்னு போட்டிருக்கோம். அதை நம்ம இங்க பேசுறதுல அந்த டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கிடையாது. certain bills like I'll fastly say this, உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், அதனால அது நோட்ஸ் எடுக்க தேவையில்ல. against the unity of the country, if it is related to directive principles of state policy, acquiring the private territory, and if the bill is regarding the national importance, okay, and if that particular bill is against the sovereignty and integrity of the country. In the cases, and in any bill that is related to reservation, okay, especially for the scheduled tribes, இதெல்லாம் வந்து ரிசர்வ் பண்ணி ஆகணும். ஓகே, யாரு? கவர்னர் வந்து ரிசர்வ் பண்ணி ஆகணும், மஸ்ட். டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கிடையாது. அது இல்லாம சில இடத்துல டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன். And third important point I should mention is governor is using his discretion or not itself is a discretion. Constitutionally explicit they mentioned, okay, whether in a matter he listens to the advice of the Chief Minister, Council of Ministers, or he acts by himself, is itself discretion of the governor. It is not questionable in the court of law. னே சொல்லிட்டான் Constitution. Okay, it is the discretion. Otherwise, so ultimate discretion. Whether a particular decision should be taken in accordance with the advice or discretion is decided by the governor. Then we find that whenever governor is acting as an additional charge for the nearby union territory, he acts independently, okay, without the aid and advice of that particular state. Tamil Nadu governor, if he is also in additional charge of Pondicherry, he need not listen to the Tamil Nadu government, Chief Minister and Council of Ministers when taking decisions regarding the union territory of Pondicherry. Likewise, we know that scheduled areas, right? We are going to see about scheduled areas in the next slide, but the point is regarding scheduled areas, whether a law is applicable or not, especially in the state of Assam. Okay, the governor decides, okay, which law will be applicable, which law is not applicable. He need not listen to the particular chief minister. And we know that there is constitutionally recognized backward areas. Okay, so Saurashtra in Gujarat, Vidarbha in Maharashtra, the northern districts of Karnataka. Recently, an amendment was passed in the parliament, and they said the northern district, 10 districts of Karnataka is backward socially and educationally backward compared to other districts. And earlier Telangana, when it was part of Andhra Pradesh, Okay, so these areas, geographical areas, are considered to be constitutionally recognized backward areas socially and education. Okay. The point is, the governor decides what amount of money should be allocated in the annual financial budget. Colloquially said is budget. Okay, layperson's budget and one. Our constitutional budget means it is an annual financial statement. In annual financial statement, how much of money has to be allocated to the socially and educationally backward districts. Okay, dry regions. இப்போ இந்த ரீசன் சொன்னதெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியாக கனெக்ட் பண்ண முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். If you see the map, I insist that when you read anything, even polity, see the map. You will be able to understand. These places I mentioned are contiguous, which means continuous boundaries, starting from the southern part of Gujarat and the eastern part of Maharashtra, northern part of Karnataka, and the western part of Andhra Pradesh, that is Telangana, which is contiguous to the northern districts of northern 10 northern districts of Karnataka. These are leeward side of the Western Ghats, rain shadow region. Okay, some geography also. See, polity, current affairs. Okay, but when we read in depth with connection, we read the map, we read geography, we read a concept in geography. Okay, economy. Okay, and Vidarbha. I'll connect it to Maratha reservation. Okay, the reservation concept already. Yeah. So Vidarbha region is known for what kind of cultivation? Subsistence cultivation or cash crops? Cash crops. Yeah. Okay, cotton. Okay, so since there is no subsistence in case of failure of the crop, okay, and most of them are small and marginal farmers who do not go for institutions to get credit. They get credit from the money lenders, and automatically, when crop failure, there is a farm suicide. And who, if you take among the farmers in Maharashtra and Vidarbha region, the percentage from the Maratha community, okay, is the highest, okay, who are taking up suicide as their choice in case of crop failure. 94%. 94% of the farmers who die in Vidarbha region, known for farm suicides, is from the Maratha community, and hence they demand the reservation. Reservation, once again, Maratha reservation and recent related issues, right? 2 times the court have struck down the reservation. 3rd time they have brought it. And why the particular committee is demanding? Mainly because most of it are farmers, okay, small farmers who have less agricultural income, and most of them are cash crop, high debt, money lenders, farm suicides. Okay, and their representation in government is also less. Okay, automatic. Fine. So go for different dimensions. Now the point for prelims examination is 3 points I tell why governor is having a lot of discretion. And next is what is the liability for whatever is being said during the governor's speech. Governor's speech is not the governor's speech, it is the speech of the government of that particular state. So who's responsible? Who's liable? Okay, it is the state government, the chief minister and the council of ministers, not the governor. Governor is not liable. That is the point. If they give a statement that the government is not liable for whatever he speaks during the governor's address based on Article 163, the statement is true because he is not liable. The liability goes to the government because the speech is the government speech. Yep. Any doubts? Yeah.
Governor has discretion. Then why Supreme Court said you need to either assent or you need to recommend the president or
Okay. So your name?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shah.
Yeah.
Shan. Okay. What is the meaning?
That means good.
Good. Okay. You did a good thing for all. Okay. His question is, why is that Supreme Court recently said the governor has to decide on a particular advice that too related to law? Okay. Either he has to decide or he has to reserve it for the assent of the president. Whether to listen to the state government or to reserve itself is a discretion. Got it? Okay. So they are not questioning the discretion. They are saying that use that discretionary power. Okay. Don't sit over a decision. Okay. That is what the recommendation. Okay, of the Supreme Court.
There was one other case where Supreme Court has contested the government. They have the case where government has to decide they have reserve for president.
Okay, that is where The Supreme Court has observed that actually the governor should have taken a decision by himself. Rather, the governor has reserved it for the certain cases. Sometimes he has sat over the bill. That discretion, according to Constitution, lies with the governor, and that is why, see, two things are there. When the court speaks, it gives direction. Okay, that comes in executive summary part of the judgment. But during the trial is on, okay, certain observations will be made. Okay, and even in the judgment, a certain part will be observations and suggestions, not the judgments. Okay, so seeing the practical issues that is taking place, seeing that the governor's office is misused, okay, allegedly misused. Okay, I'm not charging, somebody is saying. Okay, okay. So allegedly that it is misused. Okay, in that scenario, the court is saying that please take decision, don't step. It is an observation, it is a suggestion, it's not a judgment. Okay, the judgment is you have the discretion, but and suggestions exercise that discretion as soon as possible. Timeline whether the court can give, no, because according to the Constitution, the president and governor is not questionable in the court of law for their decisions. Anyway, asking, sir, governor is not at all take decisions. Okay, fine. Not taking decision itself a decision in politics. You must understand. Not taking a decision, withholding a decision is in the ambit of the governor's power. Okay. So being from Tamil Nadu, you will not agree, I know. I'll also not agree. Okay. But the Constitution, what is it? Governor has that power. Okay. He has that discretion. And he does not have a time limit. Okay. The constitutional morality, you would come across the word constitutional morality, constitutionalism. It demands that the governor acts in the spirit of the Constitution, act as a liaison person, a bridge between the state government and the union government. In that sense, morally, constitutional morality basis is expected to take action. But if he doesn't do so, legally, you cannot question. Legal sanction is not there. Only moral, constitutional moral sanction is there. Okay. Right. So next, Uniform Civil Code. Okay. I'm not going to tell the whole story of what is Uniform Civil Code, personal law, all those things. Okay. For examination purposes, Uniform Civil Code is not justiciable. Okay. And another fact they may ask is Uttarakhand is the first state to adopt Uniform Civil Code, Uttarakhand. You may be saying, sir, no, Goa. Okay. Fine. But Goa has also Uniform Civil Code, but based on the Portuguese code. Okay. They were Portuguese colony. So the Portuguese cultures, norms, and values are part and parcel of the Uniform Civil Code. Okay, and Goa people, since their culture, most of them follow the same culture, laws related to norms related to marriage, divorce, adoption, the things. They are able to follow that. They are the first state, but not with the Indian law. Okay, so this Uniform Civil Code by Uttarakhand state is purely based on Indian way of life. There is some criticism that is purely based on Hindu religion, but we cannot say so. Okay, because in India we have the Hindu Marriage Act, okay, Hindu Special Marriages Act, and Hindu Marriage Act is the most modern compared to other religious act, either Christian or Muslim or other acts is more modern because more reforms. The 4 Hindu code bills have been passed, so it has been more reformed than any other religious law. Based on that, this Uniform Civil Code has. This Uniform Civil Code also has some problems. Okay, because certain provisions is specifically targeting the Muslim practice of idat. Okay, and nikah halala, 2 concepts is coming. Idat is the time period with which a person has to wait until getting married again. After giving divorce, no, a man has to wait for some time before he's getting married again. That period is called as idat. And nikah halala is that in case if the divorced woman wants to again remarry the same person, it is not permitted in Islam. Okay, they have to marry, consummate, and second marry. Okay, it is an old practice. Let's not go into the morality or other practical aspects and women discipline. But the point is, this 2 practices has been banned. Okay, so it is seen as something which is affecting the rights of the Muslims or affecting the cultural rights of the minority community. That is a debate which you can receive a question in mains examination. Now you leave it. For prelims examination, Uniform Civil Code is not justiciable. Why it is not justiciable? Because India is a land of diversity, no doubt. Okay, I just give you examples as an explanation. Within Hindu religion itself, you have different laws which is managing marriage and other civil acts, right? Marriage, adoption, property, inheritance, etc. And you have tribes, very importantly.
Okay, the scheduled tribes of India completely differ from the major religions of this country. Okay, their practice is complete. For example, you take the matrilineal system of Meghalaya, the matrilineal system of Nair community, and polyandry system of the tribals of Western Ghats. Okay, and polygamy practice of certain tribes in the northeastern states. Okay, property inheritance. You take tribals. No, I'm going fast. I know, but okay, I'm just giving examples. These are not going to be asked in examination, just for your understanding. So listen the lectures. Only which is required for exam, you can take note. Okay, with respect to the tribal communities, land is not at all a property. Okay, when we all consider land as a property, for them land is not at all a property. So you talk property inheritance, land inheritance, they will not understand. Okay, you cannot force it on these people. In fact, even in Uttarakhand, these uniform civil code is not applicable for the scheduled tribes. The law says it is given an exemption. So it is not originally universal. Even now, that universal civil code gives due respect to the diversity of our country, especially the tribals. Okay. So examination point of view, whether tribals have been exempted from the UCC of Uttarakhand? Yes. Okay. There are three common characters for directive principles of state policy, DPSP, and fundamental duties. Note it down. Okay. It's common. I'll explain. One is all three are non-justiciable. All three is non-justiciable, which means in case the government is not implementing the directive principles of state policy or fundamental duties, for that matter, preamble, okay, we cannot go to the court of law and file a case. The government wants, they can do. Okay, it's not justiciable. Okay. Now, in prelims examination, sometimes they use these words. The first sentence, questions are framed in such a way they'll say, directive principles of state policy, okay, can be enforced by a court of law. Look at me. Look at me on the board. Okay, I am giving a statement. You must answer. Okay. Directive principles of state policy is enforceable by court of law. False. Why it is false? Court cannot interfere. Court cannot come. You cannot go to the very good. The directive principles of state policy, for that matter, the preamble as well as fundamental duties, is enforceable by the law. Yes, okay, I'm not using court of law, I'm just using the word by law, which means Parliament can enact law and make these provisions enforceable. Until that, it is unenforceable by the courts. Okay, so these DPSP, preamble, fundamental duties can be enforced by law. Fine. And one more word, they use the word legal sanction. Okay, most of us think the word sanction means denial of permission. It is also giving permission. Sanction is both allowing and not allowing. Okay, if I say sanctioning a process, it may be allowing a process or disallowing. Based on the context, you must understand. So when I say DPSP as legal sanction, okay, you will have a doubt. Okay, whether it does not have a legal sanction. Here, the word legal sanction means judicial action. Okay, only when they use the word law, it is associated with Parliament. Okay, when they use the word legal, understand they're associating it with the court of law. Okay, so directive principles of state policy, preamble, and fundamental duties are not having legal sanction. They're not having legal sanction. Courts cannot interfere. Courts cannot interfere. Okay. So this is the thing. Okay. When you read fundamental rights, fundamental duties, DPSP, and preamble, you must know which concept comes where. Okay, certain concepts will be appearing in all four, some in only three, some in only one. Okay, so when you're reading, you must read with an approach that particular concept is explained where. Equality is there in preamble. Equality comes in the fundamental rights. Equality comes in the DPSP also, socio-economic equality. Okay, but not in fundamental duties. Concept of sovereignty. Okay, it comes in preamble. Okay, it comes in directly fundamental duties. Not that. So like every concept that you read, you must cross compare, the questions are asked, in a hybrid way. Instead of purely fundamental rights, purely fundamental duties, DPSP, they are mingling up, okay, to test whether you are knowing whether a particular thing is justiciable or not. Okay, which one is the essential fundamental right, which one are duties of the government, uh, which is expected to be implemented but not judicially enforceable. Clear? Why not judicially enforceable? Okay, you can read it from the book itself. Okay, and that this year there's no possibility of asking it. Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, capital punishment, constitutional provisions, pardoning power. Okay, so most of the newspapers were carrying a lot of articles related to capital punishment, death penalty, right? Okay, starting from last January till now. Okay, especially this year we saw a lot of pardoning, including the uh, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's assassination case, right? Perarivalan and his uh, friends, or I should say, co-accused. Okay, co-accused, co-convicts, I should say, co-convicts. Okay, they're being freed. Okay, their death penalty has been done. So much of debate has gone whether death penalty should be there or not. Okay, I'm not going to go into the discussion. For mains, we will definitely discuss. Okay, why there should be death penalty or not. Now, for prelims, they may ask in India perspective, like death penalty. What are the constitutional provisions, legal provisions, and why death penalty is required? What is our stand? Okay, the other debate part for me. Okay, what is the constitutional provisions? The constitutional provision says the court which can deal with death penalty cases is the district sessions court, from the level of district sessions court. The chief judicial magistrate court of first class, chief judicial magistrate court of the second class cannot. There are three levels, right? Okay. So take note, there are three levels at the district level. One is judicial magistrate second class, lowest level. Judicial magistrate first class. Okay, include the word chief judicial magistrate class, first class. And over and above that is the sessions judge. Okay, criminal sessions judge. Okay, civil side is different, not required for prelims this year. Okay, the municip subordinate, that stuff, leave it. Okay, we have to talk about these three. In that death penalty cases, the original jurisdiction. What do you mean by original jurisdiction? At the first instance, where the case should go, whether it should go to the lowermost court or high court or supreme court. Where so death penalty cases goes to sessions court, district level criminal court. Sessions court otherwise means district level criminal court. Okay. In short, civil, what is civil, what is criminal? Criminal will involve imprisonment. We said no. With respect to contempt, you will go to jail, then it is criminal. Okay, you have required to pay the fine or just compensate, it is civil. Okay, so one of the differences, civil case is where the problem is between two individuals, whereas criminal case is an act of an individual against society. Note down first. Okay. Criminal case is an act of an individual against society. Okay. This act against, what do you mean by act against society? Against the order of the society. Okay. It is against the order of this regularly happen. You involve in murder, you disturb the order. Okay, people start fearing, they are not able to live a normal life. You involve in theft, it is also a criminal act because people do not go and acquire property, maintain property, or accumulate property because they feel that their accumulated wealth can be taken away, right? So that is disturbance to the order. Okay, so any act of an individual which disturbs the order, creates disturbs to happy living in layman terms, peaceful living, okay, will be considered as a criminal act, and that is punishable, imprisonment. Okay, so civil court separate, criminal court separate. Criminal courts, district criminal court is called as sessions court. Fine. Now, if the sessions court declares death penalty for a act, the person does a wrong and it is confirmed by the court of law, death penalty is given. Death penalty cannot be executed automatically. No doubt. Death penalty cannot executed automatically. Okay, death penalty cannot be executed automatically. It needs confirmation of the High Court. Okay, High Court. Under which the district session court is concerned. High Court's confirmation is required. Okay, next important point. After High Court, usually the case does not go to the Supreme Court, any case. But two cases can go to the Supreme Court. You can appeal in the Supreme Court because every case, if we say that it goes to the Supreme Court, then the justice process, no, it gets elongated. Delayed justice is denied justice, So in order to give justice at appropriate time, you need to reduce the number of appeals, reduce the number of courts one could approach to. So most of the cases stop at the level of High Court. But with regarding to death penalty case and any case where the conviction is above 10 years, okay, then that case will go to the Supreme Court automatically appeal. Otherwise, Supreme Court will not take the case. And beautifully, the Constitution is said, okay, this point you note, there is an automatic appeal for death penalty cases and any cases involving punishment above 10 years, 10 years or above 10 years. Automatic appeal. Automatic appeal na enna sir? Mandatorily, Supreme Court has to take the case. There's no discretion for the Supreme Court. Supreme Court has to listen to the case. Because it's a matter of life. Article 21, right to life is there. If your death penalty, given to you, 10 years of imprisonment, 10 years, okay, which is substantial. So right to life and liberty is affected. So Supreme Court will be involved. Other cases, Supreme Court rare. Beautiful you must all remember, only on reversal of the acquittal by the lower court. The point note panni explain what does it mean. Reversal of the acquittal of the lower court. Reversal of the acquittal of the lower court. Reversal of the acquittal of the lower court, and High Court convicts. And High Court convicts. High Court convicts. And the sentence is more than 10 years or death penalty. I'll repeat, don't worry. Only on the reversal of acquittal from the lower court and the High Court convicts for 10 years or death penalty. 10 years or death penalty. Okay, if at all I'm fastly dictating, it is because of the people in the first row. They're writing fast. Okay, so I'm just saying their note, only they complete time. So death penalty, 10 years, okay. Only on reversal and okay, here I'm using the word acquittal. Acquittal means a person is declared that he has not done the wrong. He is free of charges. The word acquittal means the person is free of charges. Meaning the police accuses that this person has done the wrong, but court says no, this fellow has not done the wrong. Okay, he's not the criminal. Okay, when the court declares so, it is called as acquittal, freeing a person from charges. Right? Okay, then after the conviction, after the lower court is acquitting, High Court will convict, which means reverses the acquittal, saying that no, what lower court said is wrong. Okay, and the High Court said is correct. Recent times, a lot of things has happened, right? Lower court saying somebody is corrupt. I won't tell the name. Okay, and the High Court says no, lower court has given a wrong thing. Okay, acquit. So this case, can it go to the Supreme Court? No. Okay, these cases will not. But in the same recent times, we found certain courts. Okay, lower court has said free, acquitted. Okay, 2 ministers. Okay, of a certain state. Okay. Okay. The lower court said no. Okay, you are acquitted. Okay. High Court said no, you are convicted. Okay, you are the wrong person. You have done the corruption, so you must be in jail. Now, these two people went to the Supreme Court. Okay. So when the Supreme Court listened to the case, okay, whether the court accepted the case immediately, fastly heard the case and gave the interim judgment, I should not say judgment, interim judgment. Yes, it did. Because the Constitution mandates that, okay, it is a lower court, it is acquitted. And you may be saying, sir, the years of thing is low. Okay, so it is a special leave petition. Okay, special permission petition. We'll be talking about that in the next slide. But anyways, 10 years imprisonment, death penalty. Remember, lower court says the person is free. High Court says no, the person is a criminal. Automatic appeal. Supreme Court has to take the case, definitely. With regarding to 2 ministers, I said, okay, in order to bring your attention, That is a separate case where special leave petition is involved. We will discuss that. Normally 10 years, then death penalty. Okay. Death penalty goes to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court also says that yes, this fellow is wrong. He has to go to the gallows. He has to go, should hanged by the government. Now, the Supreme Court, okay, will give an option to an individual that if you want, you can go to the president or governor for the death. Not only the Supreme Court, the Constitution also gives a pardoning power. Next one, okay. Pardoning power in which the president can receive a mercy petition. கருணை மனுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Okay, mercy petition. And the president or the governor can decide whether to free the person or not. Okay. See, death penalty, how we are not giving it easily. Okay. Now, Supreme Court is saying this, president is also rejecting the mercy petition. Is the matter over? No. Once again, see, these are a process. And the president rejects the mercy petition. Once again, you can go to the Supreme Court, telling that president has rejected with malified intention, with political reason. For political reason or malified intention, beyond the principles of justice, the president has rejected the petition. Okay, even you have asked mercy to the president first, president rejects that, you can go to the court. Okay, Supreme Court. Once again, Supreme Court said, no, okay, what president is saying is correct, that's all. Go to the gallows, death penalty. But if Supreme Court says the president has done it in a malified way, wrong way, with wrong intentions, he has not followed the rule of law, okay, he has not followed the constitutional provisions, political reasons are involved, then the person can be pardoned. Okay, the person's death penalty can be converted into lifelong imprisonment by the judiciary itself. So note down, okay, this much process has to be followed before death penalty is offered. So if in major debates that they are saying India is not abolished death penalty, Indian government stand is that we give death penalty only in rarest of rare case. It's note down. Okay. It'll be interesting to listen to the opposite debate, why there must be abolition of death penalty. Even I agree with that, but now time is not there, not for the exam, so we are leaving it. This is the Indian government stand. Okay, we are giving punishment only in rarest of rarest after giving all legal options, multiple options for the individual to safeguard his life, only in extraordinary conditions. Okay, so I'll name few. The people involved in Nirbhaya case, Afzal Guru, okay, persons involved in Mumbai terror attacks. Okay, so these people, when death penalty is offered to them, okay, do we need to spare them or we should go? Okay, that is the stand of Indian government. Indian government is saying that India is affected with a lot of terrorist attacks, and India is a transitional society where crime rate is higher, heinous crimes are being conducted. In that circumstances, we cannot afford to abolish the death penalty. For prelims examination, this process they will ask. High Court confirmation is required. High Court to Supreme Court, automatic appeal, point. Okay. No need special petition at all. Automatically appeal. After Supreme Court, presidential, where you can go, governor or the president. Whom to go first? Anybody you can go. Okay. Then after president's decision, whether you can go back to the Supreme Court telling that for malified political reasons, president has rejected, yes. So in case of okay, there is one case for the first death penalty, Mr. Buller, okay, who is part of this Khalistani organization. Okay, so his death penalty was pardoned. Okay, whereas Pere Ivan's death penalty was not. I'm not going to the debate, but when two different decisions are taken on the same type of cases, okay, maybe it is because of political reasons, maybe, okay, allegedly. So the courts decide and whether it is done politically or not. Okay. And then this thing, how many times mercy petition can be filed? Okay, is there any time limit for it? That can also be a question in prelims examination statement. Is there any time limit or how many time petition? Any number of time. There is no limit. Okay, there is no legal limit, constitutional limit for how many times you file. Sir, you may be asking, sir, is it not too long, too vague? Okay, too big a loophole. Okay, people may use it for wrong purposes to escape the criminal justice system. Okay, but Indian Constitution wants to uphold, give primacy to right to life and liberty, Article 21. Okay, fine. So it is an exemption. Death penalty is an exemption rather than it's a regular. Even Article 21, how it reads? Can anybody tell me the word, how it goes, Article 21? No person's right to life and personal liberty shall be curtailed except according to the procedure established by law. Exception. You will be punished. You will be sent to prison in case if you are a criminal. You will be subject to death penalty if you do a heinous crime. Okay, a felony crime they say. Okay, the highest level of crime is called as felony crime. You will be subjected to death penalty. Yes. Okay, but it is an exemption. Normal is right to life and liberty. Your life will be protected. You won't be imprisoned. You won't be subject to death penalty unless and until you are involving in a criminal act as per the law which is enforced at the time. ஆர்டிகல் 20 உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். எந்த டைம்ல என்ன பண்றோம் அப்போ அந்த லா சொல்லும் போது அது தப்பா இருந்துச்சுன்னா உங்களை உறுதிக்கு போடும். Next, pardoning power. We have 5 pardoning power. Fast revision on that. What are the pardoning powers? Pardoning, commutation, remit, okay, reprieve and respite. Okay. இதுல difference என்ன? Pardon completely the person is freed. Okay, the punishment is taken away, the person is completely freed. In commuting, quality of the punishment changes, right? So what do you mean by quality of punishment changes? Usually there may be 2 types of imprisonment: regular simple imprisonment and rigorous imprisonment. Okay, so rigorous imprisonment la hard labor work கொடுப்பாங்க, கண்டிப்பா work பண்ணும். Simple imprisonment நீங்க work பண்ணாட்டி போகணும், but both work will receive wages. And recently we had an issue, the current affair la வந்து they talked about the labor that is they are giving in the ஜெயில வந்து ஒரு ஃபுல் டே ஒர்க் பண்ணினா மேக்ஸிமம் யூ கெட் 200 in 7 states, especially in தமிழ்நாடு. டெல்லி 300, மற்ற ஸ்டேட்ஸ்ல எல்லாம் வந்து 100 rupees, less than 100 rupees. But the labor is around 800 to 1000 rupees per day, which means just 1/5 of the actual labor is paid to them is an issue. Okay, and they are saying that it is a violation of right to life and liberty, because right to life and liberty you should not be exploited. Article 23 இங்க வருது. Article 23 என்ன சொல்றாங்க? There shall not be beggar system. Note down beggar system. There shall be no beggar system. Article 23. What is beggar system? It is no work without remuneration. Okay, if you are being to do some work without remuneration, money, monetary compensation, remuneration. இல்ல காசு கொடுக்குறீங்க ஆனா கம்மியா கொடுக்குறீங்க, இந்த கேஸ் மாதிரி. ஓகே, பிரிசன்ல ஒர்க் பண்ணவங்களுக்கு 1/5 of the labor actual market rate விட 1/5 கீழே கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படின் போது it is a kind of exploitation. They are criminals, agreed. Okay, but that doesn't mean it fundamental rights is taken away from them. Okay, the Constitution guarantees fundamental rights, okay, even for the criminals. Okay, normal people as well as the criminals, they are punished for their crime. Other than that, they are human beings. What is due to the human beings has to be given to them. So Article 23, beggar system is abolished. Beggar system is work without remuneration or giving less wages. Okay, then next, second, commuting illama adutha remitting is reducing the quantum of punishment. If you are being given imprisonment for 10 years, if that is reduced to 5 years, then it is called as remission. Quantum. Commuteக்கும் remitக்கும் உள்ள difference, one is qualitative, another quantitative. Okay, one is reducing the character of the punishment, another is reducing the quantum, the time period of the punishment. Even from death penalty, if you are changing the punishment to life imprisonment, total life imprisonment, life or imprisonment till death. Okay, so both involves commuting, and the commuting this one because you're changing the character of the punishment. Reprieve is temporarily you are holding. Supposing you are going to the governor asking for a mercy petition today, okay, but the execution day is tomorrow. Okay, for some reason you waited till today, tomorrow is your execution day. You will be put into gallows. At that time, you go to the governor. Governor feels that, okay, to consider this petition, I need some time. I need to know what is the case is about. Okay, I need to call the legal experts, have a consultation, and then only I can decide. So the governor will say, okay, I reprieve you. This is temporarily I stop this punishment. Not permanent, temporarily, until I take a decision, until I take a call over the matter. Okay, that is called as reprieve. respite அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னா, because a person is very old age, yeah, in a way like pregnant, okay, especially Nalini's case, okay, in everyone, Nalini, one of the convicts of Rajiv Gandhi murder case, okay, her tenure was reduced based on her motherhood, okay, considering the child should not grow inside the jail, she should be protected, so there was a respite that was given, okay, because of the socio economic conditions or health conditions. If a person's punishment is either commuted or reduced, okay, commuted or remitted, then committed, then we call it as respite. That's all. Okay, இதுல இம்பார்ட்டன்டான நீங்க தெரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது கவர்னருக்கும் இதுக்கும் உள்ள டிஃபரன்ஸ். கோர்ட் மார்ஷல் கேன் பி pardoned only by the president, not by the governor. Make a note. Prevents they may ask, court martial is done by only the president, governor cannot. Okay, all other criminal, others பண்ணலாம். ஓகே, பட் பிரசிடென்ட் மட்டும்தான் கோர்ட் மார்ஷல். அதே மாதிரி pardoning power of death penalty is with only president, not with the governor. Pardoning கம்ப்ளீட்டா நீ வெளியில போயிடலாம், நீ தப்பு பண்ணலன்றது, நீ உன்னுடைய எல்லாமே மன்னிச்சிடணும், யூ ஃபர்கிவ், யூ கோ அவுட் அப்படின்னு சொல்றது யார் தான் சொல்ல முடியும்? பிரசிடென்ட் மட்டும்தான் சொல்ல முடியும். பட் இதுல ஒரு நாட் இருக்கு. The president can pardon, governor cannot pardon the death penalty, but governor can commute the death penalty, reprieve the death penalty. கம்யூட் பண்ணலாம், ரெப்ரைவ் பண்ணலாம். ரெஸ்பைட் வந்து ரெஸ்பைட் பண்ணும்போது என்ன பண்ணணும்? ரெஸ்பைட் பண்ண முடியாது ஆக்சுவலி. ரெஸ்பைட் கேன் பி டன், reprieve considering any special situation, reprieve. Okay, tell that, okay, wait for, or you can go to the president and deal with it. Okay, so pardoning cannot be done by the governor. In the ரெண்டு differences இருக்கு, you must be cautious about that. Okay, fine. Okay, Forest Rights Amendment Act. Okay, we'll go fast. Yeah. ஸோ நம்ம எக்ஸம்ஷன்ஸ் மட்டும் பார்க்கணும். நம்ம ஃபாரஸ்ட் ரைட்ஸ் ஆக்ட் அப்படியே பார்க்க போறது இல்லை. ரீசென்ட்லி தே ஹவ் கான் ஃபார் அ அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் ஆக்ட் இன் 2023. ஓகே, அண்ட் இட் ஹஸ் பீன் நியூஸ் கண்டினியூஸ்லி. ஸோ வி வில் பி டாக்கிங் அபவுட் வாட் ஆர் த எக்ஸம்ஷன்ஸ் தட் ஹஸ் பீன் கிவன் இன் த ரீசென்ட் ஆக்ட். த பேரண்ட் ஆக்ட் விச் இயர்? எனிபடி? பேரண்ட் ஆக்ட் விச் இயர்? 2006. ஓகே. Copy. The problem of PPT is that you will not listen to me. Okay, this act, the original Forest Right Act, no, it was good for the tribals, for the people, but government development activities, it was a problem. And security, most importantly, security. Okay, the problem with Chinese, okay, is that they are already conquered thousands of, it is not accepted unofficially, but 2000, 2001, 2022 conflicts, the Chinese army, some newspaper reports are saying that they have occupied India. Okay, how they do it, what is their technique that they apply, is that they will build roads till the border, okay, so that easily army people can be moved. Okay, maneuverability of the army is possible, and necessary food, necessary weapons, and necessary equipments, military equipments can be transferred. Roads are built. Okay, point one. Second is they settle human being in the borders, those places which is not inhabitable. Okay, they settle the human beings there. Okay, so now if India after village settlement is there, if you are going and attacking, we will not be attacking the army, we will be attacking the civilians. Immediately China will say human rights violation. We'll have to come back. Okay, no other go. There will be pressure from international organizations like HRC and all, Human Rights Council. Okay, telling that India should come back. Okay, because the attack is on civilians, not on the army. If your two armies are fighting, they will not have a problem. In Ukraine, also the same thing is happening. As long as Ukraine army and Russian army is fighting, okay, the international they will just keep pressurizing and then they just keep will stop the war. But when a civilian target is attacked, immediately there will be opposition. Recently, US changed its stand with respect to Israel. European countries changed its stand. They have given a tough stances because civilian targets are being attacked. Okay. And moreover, now these fellows, right, Chinese army, okay, what they do is the first day they'll be present here. Okay. The next day, okay, they'll just move 1 foot ahead. That's all. Okay. So each consecutive day, okay, they'll be inching forward towards Indian border or well into the Indian border 1 foot a day. Even, high powered satellites, okay, recent technology empowered satellites cannot track the movement. Okay, we will think that they are stationary, they are not moving. Okay, after a month, substantially they would be inside our place. That is a strategy. It's the cabbage effect. This is one by one. Okay, that is the army strategy followed by Chinese. So now in the recent times, when we find a lot of Chinese incursions, okay, we also want to build roads. We also want to create human settlements. Okay, but in the China border, what do we have? Himalayas, and Himalayas is the biodiversity hotspots. Okay, next to the Western Ghats, Western Ghats and the Himalayas, especially the Eastern Himalayas, we should say. Eastern Himalayas is the biodiversity hotspot. Okay, where many of the places where we want to build roads or where we want to settle human beings, we want to establish security related posts, build fences and all. No, it is not possible because of this act. This act gives rights to the tribals and traditional, non-tribal for traditional forest dwellers. Okay, so we need exemptions. So to 2023, considering the exigencies of the recent times, especially in the context of Chinese incursion, we need to have this law amended, and that is why we are having these three, border exemptions. 100 kilometers from the border will be exempted from the law. Okay, giving forest rights to the tribals and traditional forest dwellers. This law will be exempted. Point one, borders. How many kilometers? Remember, they may give 150,000. Okay, nowadays UPSC do ask questions like this. Okay, because this is mandatory. You must know. Okay, the exact figure. Okay, random numerical figures they don't ask, but something which has to be known they do ask, and something which is in current affairs you must remember. Okay. Next is the critical wildlife habitats. Okay, what is this critical wildlife habitats? The wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, and biosphere reserves. These three are called as critical wildlife habitats. Critical in the sense, okay, it is some way it needs protection. Okay, it is a habitat for the wildlife. Okay, so these areas where we need to protect the wildlife or national parks, biospheres should be there. These law will not be applied. Giving rights to the, I will talk what are the rights in coming next. Okay, certain rights are there. Okay, so that rights are not applicable in these areas. Okay. Now you're studying about polity, a law. Okay, but you have seen the geography, Eastern Himalayan terrain. Go to the map, see. Okay, see what are the national parks. See the borders. Okay, then see the national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and biosphere reserves along the border, Indo-China border. Okay, you will have a clear picture. You will remember also. This is called as associate learning. One subject and another subject when you associate and learn. Polity also you will remember. Geography also you will remember. Okay, now environment also you can remember. What is the difference between wildlife sanctuary, national park? Okay, what is biosphere reserve? Okay, wildlife sanctuary as in the name wildlife. Okay, then this national park, entire ecosystem, biosphere reserve, biodiversity. In short, I'm saying anyway it will be dealt in environment related class, so I am not going inside it. But what I'm suggesting is go wider. Okay, don't be narrow. Think on a wider dimension in order to prepare for the examination, which will help you for memorizing things easily. So always that framework: what, how, where, why, issues, solution, and whether polity subject something can be learned in geography. Not all will come, but you just try to think something will come. Okay, go and see in the book and take notes then and there. When you learn in an associated way, you will have a good memory. Okay, so that is what I'm suggesting. Next, forest to non-forest use. Some places have been shifted to non-forest use after 1996. Okay, so after 1996, certain areas have been shifted to non-forest use. And certain areas after 1986 have been declared as non-forest area. Earlier, it might have been declared as a forest area. So they are bringing in two exemptions. Okay, so what you must remember is those areas which has been converted to non-forest use before 96. Those areas which has already been converted to non-forest use before 1996, it will be exempted. It will not be considered as forest area. One exemption. Okay, of course, there is a criticism about, and one more criticism, it actually state governments can give forest area for private entity with the approval of central government. Now, in case of scientific research, okay, or construction of an industry or any development project, okay, construction of roads, okay, or aeroplane, air drums like that. In that cases, the state government can take it and give it. It is applicable. 2023 only it is brought. Lot of social and environmental activists are against it, but however, this is the current position. Prelims they may ask, what are the exceptions? That's all. Issues, okay, their criticisms, your opinion and all mains. Okay, fine. Okay, the central government has the authority over the forest area. Okay, so forest earlier it was in state list, then it was taken to the concurrent list. But now they say that central government has the authority to decide on forest land. Okay, how it will be utilized, what are the exceptions? Okay, exemptions for wildlife and other things and all. Now it will be done by. Here, wildlife are created by states. Remember, wildlife sanctuary is at one point of already wildlife. National parks and biosphere reserves are created by parliament. Okay, not by the state legislature. Next, four rights of FDST. And what is this FDST? Forest dwelling scheduled tribes. Scheduled tribes. Okay. Here. So who are these forest dwellers? How do we differentiate between forest dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers? Okay, it's not polity, of course, but still it is related to this law, so I just associate learning. If a particular community is designated as scheduled tribe and they are living in the forest area, okay, for time immemorial, because tribes means Adivasi, okay, who lives in a place for a long time, okay, from that beginning of times, okay. So other forest dwellers are those who are for the past 3 generations, 75 years, past 3 generations, they are living in the forest area. They are not tribes, they are not allocated tribes, but they are living in the forest. So they also is eligible. Others who settle after 70, okay, they don't have the rights. Okay, so what are the rights? What are the four rights that they have? Is that first is the ownership rights of land, ownership right. Okay, they can own land, which means the entire community will commonly own the land. Okay, government cannot take that land. Okay, which means they can reside there. Even if it is a forest, they can reside. Okay, so ownership of land. First right is land ownership. Okay, the first. Second is user rights. Okay, whatever they receive from the land, fruits, animals, hunting and all, they only are allowed to do that. Except certain animals which is in endangered list, critically endangered, you have to prepare that separately. Okay, separately you must know what are the endangered. Every year they're asking one question prelims examination. Note it down, prepare it. Okay, so except these endangered, critically endangered list of animals, birds, and other living organisms of IUC and International Union for Conservation of Nature. Okay, has to be exempted. Other things they are allowed. Okay, then development and rehabilitation rights. Okay, development and rehabilitation rights. What is this development rehabilitation? In case for some development work, if these people are displaced, they can use the forest. They can be resettled in the same forest area. Okay, where the development work is not taken. Okay, even if it's forest area, they can be settled. They can be rehabilitated. Okay, for the development of other industries or tourism and other things. இதுலயே வந்து நேஷனல் பார்க்ல வாய்ஸ்பே ரிசர்வ்ல கோர் பஃபர் அதர் ஜோன்ஸ் இருக்கு. அது என்னென்னு பாத்துக்கோங்க, எத்தனை கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் எப்படி மெஷர் பண்றாங்க, என்ன ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் அலௌட் அப்படின்னு. So they will be allowed to settle in buffer areas usually. Then with respect to human activities, finally, okay, grazing and other things, grazing rights and pastoral rights and all, no, they can use the forest for that purpose. இதுல மைனஸ் ஃபாரஸ்ட் ப்ரொடியூஸ்ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதாவது என்வாயன்மெண்ட்டை பெருசா அழிச்சிடாம, காடுகளை அழிச்சிடாம கிடைக்கக்கூடிய பொருட்கள் எல்லாம் மைனர் ஃபாரஸ்ட் ப்ரொடியூஸ். Those forest products which we receive without damaging or without removing any trees or forest cover, that is called as minor forest produce. Timber, புள்ளி பொறுக்கிறதுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க தமிழ்ல. ஓகே, அதுக்கப்புறம் தேன் எடுக்கிறது. ஓகே, அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃப்ரூட்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு வர்றது. ஓகே, ஹெர்பல் மெடிசின்ஸ் ரிலேட்டட் பிளான்ஸ் வந்து எடுத்துட்டு வர்றது. ஓகே, ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்து மைனர் ஃபாரஸ்ட் ப்ரொடியூஸ். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் திங் they have a right. They cannot cut the trees, but those things that has been declared as minor forest produce, MFPs, that can be used by them. That is the right. And in the rights, to what extent, what are the rights over which products are minor forest products? ஒரு ஃபாரஸ்ட்ல மைனர் ஃபாரஸ்ட் ப்ராடக்டா இருக்குது, இன்னொரு இடத்துல இருக்காது. கரெக்டா? அதை டிட்டர்மைன் பண்றது யாருன்னா கிராம் சபா. வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் பாயிண்ட். This is repeated prelims question. Okay, that Gram Sabha is in charge of determining the extent of rights of the forest dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers. In the FDST and OTFD சொல்லுங்க, அவங்களுடைய ரைட்ஸ் டிட்டர்மைன் பண்றது கிராம் சபாஸ் of that particular place. People decide. Okay, after due discussion. Okay, அப்புறம் இந்தியாவில் we have a concept called as sacred groves, right? Okay, sacred groves. What is that? We consider forests and certain mountains as God. Okay, so traditionally Indians have a conservative mechanism of conserving forests and because equating them to God, so they will not disturb the environment. Okay, so we are formalizing that and we are saying that that is their right. Okay, and the four rights la வந்து நம்ம development right as சொல்றோம், rehabilitation right சொல்றோம், அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு use the forest ன்னு சொல்றோம் இல்லையா. They have the right to conserve the forest. Okay, the traditional conservation methods is a right of the tribals. போயிட்டு இதில் நான் அதெல்லாம் ஒத்துக்க மாட்டேன். Have you watched the film Kantara? What is the theme of Kantara film? That is the theme. Okay, they feel that forest is their god. Okay, the natural place is their god. Okay, when the private sector wants to overcome it, the local people are against it, and the protagonist of the movie comes. They talk about this sacred groves, the fourth right. Okay, right. Okay, to conserve the forest. Of course, நம்ம லேமன் லாங்குவேஜ்ல பேசுறது. Chipko movement is primarily taken by the Adivasi women. Okay, can be equated. Okay, அதெல்லாம் தான் சிப்கோ மூமெண்ட், எஸ்பெஷலி சைலண்ட் வேலி மூமெண்ட், ஆன்டி அராக் மூமெண்ட். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி மூமெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து தான் இட் ரிசல்ட்ஸ் இன் த லா இட் செல்ஃப். இந்த லாவை கொண்டு வந்து 2006 அது வரைக்கும் போராடிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Okay, all these movements put together, they change the mind of the government, and then we have realized this act. Okay, and this Narmada Bachao and Sardar Sarovar project also one significant event which led to that, because a lot of forest area was submerged, taking away the rights of people. They were not rehabilitated properly, so there was a big movement against the project, Sardar Sarovar Dam project. Okay, Narmada Bachao Andolan is the movement. From that came this law. It is accumulation of all those people's movement. Okay, and this exemptions is considered to be a reversal of what successful thing has been done. However, it is a question for means, not for prelims examination. Okay, then rights, okay, rights in the national park. Okay, so you must understand human activity is restricted in national parks to an extent, core zone. Okay, so they'll allow in the buffer zone. Okay, so rights in national parks is less compared to the wildlife sanctuaries. Wildlife sanctuariesல கொஞ்சம் ரைட்ஸ் நல்லாவே இருக்கும், ஹியூமன் ஆக்டிவிட்டி அலோவ் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. நேஷனல் பார்க்ல some areas are exempted, okay, even for the tribals, okay, in case if it will be damaging the environment. Okay, simultaneous polls, it is a question for mains examination, but prelims என்ன கேட்கலன்னா எந்த panel. Former President of India Ramnath Kovind panel headed and it has suggested a simultaneous election for the country. அதுல முக்கியமான பாயிண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. ஓகே, சைமல்டேனியஸ் எலெக்ஷன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கும்போது என்னென்ன ஆக்ட் அமெண்ட் பண்ணணும்? 3 ஆக்ட் ஆல்ரெடி சொன்னேன். கான்ஸ்டியூஷன், அதுக்கப்புறம் ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் ஆக்ட் 1951 அண்ட் தென் எஃப்ஆர்சிஏ. ஓகே, சாரி, எஃப்சிஆர்ஏ, ஃபாரின் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் ரெகுலேட்டரி ஆக்ட். எஃப்சிஆர்ஏ ஆக்ட், ஃபாரின் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் ரெகுலேட்டரி ஆக்ட். இது மூணையும் ஐம் சாரி, இட்ஸ் நாட் எஃப்சிஆர்ஏ. Rules of procedure of the Lok Sabha. Okay, rules of procedure of Lok Sabha. It's not FCRA. I'm really sorry. It is the rules of procedure. There is no connect to FCRA Act here. It is the rules of procedure of Lok Sabha. Okay. Then, what is the proposal that has been given? Amendments to specifically Article 82, delimitation process. Delimitation consequent process la idu amend pannalam அப்படினு சொல்லி suggest பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Okay. Okay, if such amendment is taking place, if change amendment, it would be requiring ratification of half the number of states because it affects the federal provision. Okay, such amendment will require ratification. That point also you may note. And then, it requires the ratification of half the number of states. அதுக்கப்புறம் what they have suggested it, union legislature ko state legislature ko same time election. Local bodies also same time election, but 100 days from the completion of election process for both the union and state legislature. 100 days. That is the point. Note down. 100 days, within 100 days. After completion of the election results announcement. The completion of electoral process, எப்போ process முடியுது அப்படின்னா announcement of election. Okay, election commission. Okay, a lot of material. Yes, as point 100 days from the date of completion of election of union government parliament இருக்குல்லையா, லோக்சபா எலெக்ஷன்ஸ், ஸ்டேட் லெஜிஸ்லேட்டிவ் எலெக்ஷன்ஸும் ஒன்னா நடத்தணும். அதுல இருந்து 100 daysல லோக்கல் பாடி எலெக்ஷன்ஸ், அர்பன் அண்ட் பஞ்சாயத்து எலெக்ஷன். டவுட்ஸ்? ஓகே, எஸ், என்னது? அது மெயின்ஸ் கொஸ்டின், அது ஃபர்ஸ்டே சொல்லிட்டேன். நீங்க டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணா சொல்லுங்க. இன்னைக்கு நாளைக்கு 2 நாள் உட்கார்றீங்கன்னா நான் எல்லாம் மெயின்ஸ், இந்த டாபிக்ல மெயின்ஸ் எதை டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுறேன். We will have a session definitely after prelims. We will be discussing for mains same issues. Okay, how you should answer, what are the opposite points, how you to structure for each question word. I'll do for polity for my subject. Each faculty will do for their own subjects. Yeah. So Arun Baranwal versus Union of India, that is the case. Okay, longest running case, almost a decade it ran. Question is, appointment of election commissioner should be done in a rational way. Earlier, appointment of election commissioner was done by the government, president directly appointed. See, தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம்னால ஃபாஸ்டா போறேன். இதெல்லாம் நோட்ஸ் எழுதிட்டு இருக்காதீங்க, தெரிஞ்சதை எழுதாதீங்க. நான் எதுக்கு அந்த நோட்ஸ் சொன்னேன்ல, ஐ டோல்ட் யூ நோ, எப்பொழுதும் தெரிஞ்ச விஷயத்த நோட்ஸ் எழுதக்கூடாது, அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணக்கூடாது. எது உங்களுக்கு நியூ இன்ஃபர்மேஷனோ அதை மட்டும் தான் எழுதிக்கணும். ஓகே, ஸோ தட் இஸ் அ ப்ரொடக்டிவ் வே ஆஃப் டூயிங் திங்ஸ். ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் லிசன். With respect to the present thing, we have made an amendment in 2023. Okay, in that amendment, we have changed certain process for appointing the election commissioner. ரொம்ப ரீசெண்டா அருண் கோயல் எலெக்ஷன் கமிஷனர் ரிசைன்ட். என்ன ரீசன் அப்படின்னு தெரியல. பட் த பாயிண்ட் இஸ், as long as the election commissioners are appointed by the president on the aid and advice of Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, it may appear the union government is interfering. Whether they are interfering or not, we will have the suspicion. சும்மாவே நம்ம கவர்மெண்ட் எது செஞ்சாலும் தப்பா தான் பண்ணுவாங்க, கரெக்டா தான் பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு எண்ணம். Say this word, the folklore of corruption is more than the actual corruption. The gossip of corruption. Corruption நடக்குதுன்றது பேசுறது ரொம்ப அதிகம் than the actual corruption. The folklore of corruption is more than the actual corruption அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இன்னொன்னு, okay, you must be not only honest, you must be deemed to be honest. Okay, in governance model in the concept of பார்ப்பீங்க. You can make note, it's main topic only, but however, you must not only be honest, you must appear to be honest. Okay, எலெக்ஷன் கமிஷனர் அப்பாயின்ட் பண்றது நியாயமா தான் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ண, நீ என்ன கவர்மெண்ட் சொன்னாலும் நம்ம ஒத்துக்க மாட்டோம். ஏன்னா நீங்க தானே அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ணீங்க, உங்களால தான் அப்பாயின்ட் பண்ணிருப்போம்னு சொல்லணும். கரெக்டா? ஸோ அப்போ ஒரு ப்ராசஸ் இருக்கு. There must be a neutral process. We follow that process and an appointment is made. You make believe people that you have followed the process, so the person appointed appears to be neutral and the process appears to be honest also. So not only being honest is important, but appear to be honest. This is very important principle in governance. When you get civil services, get into whichever district you go, department you go, keep in mind people is watching you. Okay, you are the most watched person. Okay, in your district, in your department. Okay, there whenever you are taking an action, not only remaining honest, all are honest, most are honest, I agree, but appearing honest is very difficult. Okay, for that you have to reform the process. That process has been taken place now with respect to election commission. Okay, so what are the points? Article 324 talks about the power of the election commission. Now, right now, what is the composition of election commission after 2023? It is one chief election commissioner and any number of election commissioners based on president will fix. Earlier, one chief election commissioner, maximum 5. So this limitation has been removed. Now any number of election commissioners can be there, okay, appointed by the president. But whether the president is going to appoint directly, no, president is going to appoint on the advice of a select committee. Okay, select committee. Note down select committee, and under select committee who are there? The prime minister, opposition leader, and the minister who is appointed by the prime minister. Okay, note down prime minister, opposition leader, and the minister who is appointed by the prime minister. புரியல. இங்கேயும் கூட அதுதான் ஒன்ஸ் அகேன் இங்க முன்னாடி இந்த கேஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த கேஸ்ல ஜுடிஷியல் ஒரு ஜட்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தாங்க. என்ன கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா, the president should appoint a chief election commissioner on the advice based on the select committee consisting of prime minister, chief justice of India, and then the opposition leader. இந்த 3 பேர் சொல்றாங்க. Okay, chief justice and then opposition leader. ஆனா இப்போ ஆக்சுவல் லா கிரியேட் பண்ணும்போது அந்த சீஃப் ஜஸ்டிஸ் வெளியே தூக்கிட்டாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ இப்போ என்னன்னா 3 பேரும் மெஜாரிட்டி, பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் and the person appointed by him and then opposition leader. So even if opposition leader opposes sometimes necessary. Okay, so this have a problem. So they won't ask the problem, they will ask, they will list out. Okay, they may put chief justice of India and they say he is also part of the appointment mechanism. இப்போ உடனே what the homework I will give you is எல்லாத்தோட அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் ப்ராசஸும் பாருங்க. ஓகே, எப்படி யூபிஎஸ்சி கேக் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட், அதுக்கப்புறம் சிபிஐ எப்படி அப்பாயின்ட் பண்றாங்க, நேஷனல் ஹியூமன் ரைட்ஸ் கமிஷன் எப்படி அப்பாயின்ட். ஓகே, சிபிஐ அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது சீஃப் ஜஸ்டிஸ் உள்ள வராரு. ஓகே, சிபிஐ அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது எந்த மினிஸ்டர் உள்ள வராங்க, ஓகே, அப்படின்றத நீங்க பார்க்கணும். சிபிசி அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது ஹோம் மினிஸ்டர் வருவாரு, சிபிஐக்கு ஹோம் மினிஸ்டர் வர மாட்டாரு, வேற மினிஸ்டர் வருவாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ அது ஏன் நீங்களே ஒரு ஐடியா யோசிச்சு. ஓகே, சிம்பிள். வித் ரெஸ்பெக்ட் டு திஸ் ஒன் சிபிசி, இட் இஸ் a matter of home affairs. Corruption is a law and order issue, matter of home affairs, ஹோம் மினிஸ்டர் உள்ள இருக்கணும். சிபிஐ எல்லா பிரச்சனையும் பார்ப்போம். ஓகே, கரப்ஷனும் பார்ப்பாங்க, அதர் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ் which is coming up from the state. Okay, that case is also taken up by the CBI. So any minister can be appointed there. Okay, நீங்க படிக்கும் போது when you read, you have to think and read. Reading is not important. Okay, what is more important to you have to think and read. Okay, you have to think why it is not there, compare and see. இது ஏன் இப்படி இருக்கலாம், arrive some logic, create some logic. It may not be true also, but if there is a logic that is created by okay, என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா subjective logic அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. How can logic could be subjective? Philosophy optional students வந்து ஆர்கியூ பண்ணுவீங்க. நான் என்ன மீன் பண்றேன் அப்படின்னா, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு லாஜிக், ஓகே, அது மற்றவங்களுக்கு லாஜிக்கா தெரியாம இருக்கலாம். நீங்க அப்படி ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணும்போது நல்லா மைண்ட்ல வச்சுக்கணும். ஓகே, ஸோ சம் லாஜிக் வித் விச் யூ ப்ரிப்பேர். ஓகே, ஸோ வேரியஸ் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட்ஸ்ல அதே மாதிரி சிபிசி டைரக்டர்ஸ், சிபிஐ டைரக்டர்ஸ் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட், அதுல வந்து இடியோட டைரக்டர்ஸ் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட், இதுல எல்லாம் டிஃபரன்சஸ் இருக்கு. ஐ எம் நாட் கோயிங் இட் பிகாஸ் இட் இஸ் நாட் டீப். அப்பாயின்மெண்ட் ப்ராசஸ்ல அவங்களோட ஃபங்க்ஷனிங்ல தான் ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. ஸோ தட் இஸ் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ். ஓகே, ஐ எம் நாட் டச்சிங் தேர், பட் homework is read about the appointment process of these people, these institutions. Okay, that has second priority. Okay, probability of getting questions in the second priority. Okay, so the election commission பொறுத்தளவுக்கு சீஃப் ஜஸ்டிஸ் வர மாட்டாரு. ஓகே, அதை அப்போஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, அதை தான் கேட்போம். ஓகே, அதுதான் காம்படிஷனே கொஸ்டின் கேட்போம். தென் யூ ஹேவ் அ சர்ச் கமிட்டி. சர்ச் கமிட்டி இஸ் ஹெடட் பை லா மினிஸ்ட்ரி. நோட் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. prelims they may ask the select committee is headed by which ministry. இது பெரிய கான்ட்ரடிக்ஷன் இல்லை, ஏன்னா ஜுடிஷியரினால லா மினிஸ்ட்ரி தான். ஓகே, ஃபைன். அண்ட் who are the other two people? They should have the quality of secretary. ஓகே, செக்ரட்டரி பொசிஷன்ல இருக்கவங்களா இருக்கும். ஓகே, ஒன்ஸ் அகேன் அந்த சர்ச் கமிட்டியே கவர்மெண்ட் கீழே தான். ஓகே, எனிவே சர்ச் கமிட்டி இஸ் லெட் பை த லா மினிஸ்ட்ரி, செக்ரட்டரி. அதுக்கப்புறம் அங்கிருந்து தேர் செலக்டிங் அண்ட் த லிஸ்ட் வில் கோ டு த this one final. Yeah, search committee will send it to select committee. Very important point, no, can overrule the search committee's decision. Search committee or decision. Search committee கஷ்டப்பட்டு தேடி இந்த லிஸ்ட் கொடுத்தாலும் வேணா எடுத்துப்போம், வேணும் நோ. ஓகே, ஸோ ஈவன் இன் நேஷனல் ஜுடிஷியல் அப்பாயின்மெண்ட்ஸ் கமிஷன் இதே ப்ராப்ளம் தான். என்ஜாக் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணது சேம் ப்ராப்ளம். ஓகே, ஸோ தேர் இஸ் அ சர்ச் கமிட்டி, பட் சர்ச் கமிட்டிஸ் ரெக்கமெண்டேஷன் இஸ் நாட் final. It is not binding on the government. Government still has a discretion. Okay, so at times then they may go for and above. So other question கேட்கலாம். இது கரெக்டா தப்பான்றது மெயின்ஸ் we will see in mains discussion. Okay, so now cooperative societies, that is also in use. Okay, so for prelims examination you must remember that it is from 97th Amendment Act 2012. Yeah, 2012. Okay, 19(1) C. Okay, so there is a myth developing in Anna Nagar, especially Tamil Nadu, that you can clear the exam only after 3 years. Okay, third attempt தான் இல்லையா? இல்லைன்னா ஓகே 5 வருஷம் ஆகுமா? Yeah. What we have to think is you can do it in the first attempt. And unfortunately, sometimes it may take multiple attempts. You must remember the second rank in the all India level this first attempt. Okay, Tamil Nadu second உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. So it is possible to clear in the first attempt. Okay, don't go by the myths that is going around. Okay, if you see some problem, accept that there is a problem, think how to overcome. Don't be down by the problem. Problem should not control you. You should overcome the problem. Okay, so repeaters இருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னா don't worry, you have to concentrate on what you did not do. Go and list what you didn't do, start doing it, answer with the seniors. ஓகே, ஸோ முக்கால்வாசி என்ன பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டீங்க, நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிச்சிருக்க மாட்டீங்க, இல்லைன்னா கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் படிச்சிருக்க மாட்டீங்க, ஆன்சர் ரைட்டிங் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டீங்க, டெஸ்ட் போட்டிருப்பீங்க, ஃபீஸ் கட்டிருப்பீங்க, அட்டன் பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டீங்க. ஓகே, எஸ். ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறமேட்டு வீட்டில் ஃபேமிலி ஃபங்க்ஷன் சார். ஓகே, அக்காவுக்கு மேரேஜ், அண்ணனுக்கு மேரேஜ். நான் தான் பொறுப்பா இருந்தேன். ஏன்னா ஃபியூச்சர் ஐஏஎஸ் ஆஃபீஸர்ல இருந்து பொறுப்பா இருந்து கல்யாணத்தை நடத்தி வைக்கணும். ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஊருக்கு திருவிழால வந்து நான் இல்லைன்னா வந்து சாமி. ஓகே, நான் இல்லைன்னா வந்து பூசாரி பூஜை போட மாட்டாரு. ஏதாவது அஃபெண்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி பேசுதுன்னு சொல்லிடுறீங்க. அண்ட் லைக் ரெக்ரியேஷன் சார். இல்லை, எனக்கு நிறைய ப்ரெஷர் இருந்துச்சு. ஐ வாஸ் இன் டைலமா, சோ மச் ஆஃப் ப்ரெஷர். சடன்லி கமிங் டு சென்னை, சீயிங் ஆல் பீப்புள், சீயிங் திஸ் காம்படிஷன். உடம்பு சரியில்லை. ஓகே, இதெல்லாம் வந்து ரெக்டிஃபைபிள் திங். ஒன் திங் இஸ் யூனோ whether you are clearing or not. Okay, I would like to talk about one person, Dhoni. Okay, so Dhoni பொறுத்தளவுக்கு is always level headed, right? Okay. uh, he used to say that I enjoy the process, not the result. People asked, media people, why you are so cool, so you're not worried about so much of problems, insurmountable problems there before you, how you are able to overcome. You're able to overcome because, okay, he's calm and level headed, he's enjoying the process. But civil service, you should concentrate on the process. Don't worry about the result will automatically come. If you do the karma will be returning to you. You do things, you will be rewarded. Hindu philosophy. Okay, if you don't act now, okay, you will not get the result. Very simple. So keep reading. Fine. Now, with respect to this cooperative societies, these are the 91C is talking about formation of cooperative societies. Article 243 ZH2, 243 ZT. Okay, is talking about cooperative societies articles. Okay, there is a committee called the Chaudhary Brahm Prakash Committee. Okay, so on cooperative societies, it has suggested certain measures, and we have 43B. Yeah, I'll just mention 43B because related to that only the committee has given suggestions. Okay, I'll just write it in the board, then copy down, then we'll discuss. Okay. Voluntary formation. Democratic functioning. Okay. So these four other keywords, okay. So that can be asked in prelims examination. நீங்க 43B னா cooperative societies form பண்றது மட்டும் படிச்சு போயிடுவீங்க. இந்த நாலுமே முக்கியம். Okay, இது ரிலேட்டடா they can form sentences and ask you to find out, okay, what exactly 43B is saying. Okay. 43B talks about voluntary formation, means government should not force and form the cooperative societies. People should voluntarily come. Process மட்டும் facilitate பண்ணும். The government has to facilitate the process of formation of the cooperative societies. Okay. Second is democratic functioning. Democratic functioning அப்படின்னா there must be elections. The leader must be elected from among the membership of the cooperative society. Okay. நீங்க கான்டெக்ட் சொன்னா புரிஞ்சுப்பீங்க. What was the problem of cooperative societies? In state level, state government intervention will be there. Officers intervention will be there. Cooperative societies, when it is formed, it runs for 5 years. When there is a change in political power, cooperative societies will be dismantled. New cooperative societies will be filled. The leaders of the cooperative societies will not be from the members of the cooperative society. They will be political party, karyakartas or whatever you call, the political party persons will be there. So whenever there is a change in government, change in the political party, there will be corresponding change in the cooperative societies. Cooperative societies cannot function independently or continuously. இதுதான் பிரச்சனை. எஸ்பெஷலி தமிழ்நாட்டில் தான் பிரச்சனை. ஓகே, வி நீட் ஏடிஎம்கே வரும்போது The problem is, when the government comes to power, we need to reward all those who worked for the election. We cannot reward. Okay, so some kind of reward will be like, one such is posting in cooperative societies. So this person will not come to the cooperative society, okay, and does not know the problems, and the management is difficult. But you must take note that cooperative societies is a tool for economic decentralization. Cooperative societies is a tool for economic decentralization. What is the tool for political decentralization? Panchayati Raj. Likewise, for economic decentralization, the major tool is the cooperative societies. Why we call this? Very simple. Okay, this is economy, so I'm not going in depth. Okay, grassroots level. In villages, we are allowing people to do business. Apart from agriculture, they are involving in other business. So when they earn money, demand comes from the rural area. Okay, so economic benefit is not coming from the big industries to rural area. Today we find that, okay, a person in rural area, if he wants to earn money, he should all the way come to the tier 1, tier 2 city. Okay, at least now tier 2, tier 3 cities. Earlier tier 1 city, only Chennai. Okay, all the young people coming settling here, get the salary, go and give it in the rural area. Okay, so that kind of economy is centralized one. Okay, you get the benefit. But rural area itself, production is occurring, money is earned. Automatically, what will happen? They will have demand in the rural area. So Indian economy will be boosted from the rural area, right? So cooperative societies are tool of economic decentralization, and that is why it should be stable. It should not have political intervention. So Article 19 says that it is a fundamental right. Cooperative formation of cooperative societies is a fundamental right. So even if a political party is changing, cooperative societies cannot be dismantled. That's the point. Okay, a political party, when it comes to power, it cannot dismantle a cooperative society. When after 2012. Before that, dismantle, create new cooperative societies, put your own people. Okay, indirectly in India, what is the two ways that you can become a politician? Rajship election. He decided already. Okay, he's going to be good bureaucrat. Okay, in good books of the politician, nomination to Raj. So from the grassroots level, no, you have to be part of trade union or cooperative societies. Amit Shah, where is he from? The Home Minister. Okay, he's from humble backgrounds. Okay, and he has become the Home Minister. If you track his record, he's from cooperative societies. Yeah. And most of the Congress leaders, okay, who are from having humble background, was come. I'm not talking about dynasty, other things, leave it. Okay, those people whom you have seen, that they're from the common background, mostly they would have from trade unions. Okay, two things. Okay, so it's a political pathway, also we can say. So cooperative societies, definitely political intervention will be there to avoid that, especially of state governments, unwarranted intervention in the day-to-day functioning of cooperative societies. This amendment act was brought, so it is a fundamental right. No dismantling of cooperative societies at any cost, especially during change in power. Second, democratic functioning, no political leaders, members of that group only should become leaders. And third, autonomy, okay, no interference of bureaucrats. Bureaucrats usually, direct these people to how best the cooperative society should run. That should not happen. And professional management is government should arrange for independent audit and accounting services. Okay, so that no corruption and other things are not taking place. Okay, auditing, accounting, storehouse, and then this supply chain management, marketing. Okay, so all the stuffs which can be done by a corporate or a company cannot be done by a small group or cooperative society. Instead of that, who should take a role of it? The government. The best model is Amul. Okay. So similar to that, cooperative societies have to be established. It is there in 43B. Okay. So this basic understanding I'm explaining because even if they ask some sentences changing here and there, you will be able to answer a question from cooperative societies. Done? Okay. Okay. See this one I just put it short with respect to election commission. Okay, the tenure of election commissioner. Okay, so this slide is just continuation for election commissioner. Other points that they've added. Tenure is 6 years or 65 years, whichever is earlier. Already you know. Okay, leave it here. No. And eligibility for reappointment. Okay, the election commissioner, chief election commissioner, is not eligible to be appointed, but the election commissioner can be reappointed as chief election commissioner. But one crucial point: aggregate time period, total time period a person can be election commissioner as well as chief election commissioner together. Aggregate is 6 years only. Okay, it should not reach more than that. So aggregate team, it is not separate term. UPSC, the such change is not there. Okay, so in UPSC, you can be a member for 6 years. Next, you are appointed as a UPSC chairman. Another 6 years you can be. Okay, one example is Dr. P. Shadman Agarwal. Yes, he has been 6 years member, 6 years. Yeah, and he is one of the key person for the reform of UPSC. Okay, so he understood the process and saw through the reform process. Okay, based on the DOPT's recommendations. The next thing. I hate him personally. Okay. So 2011, 2015, all that every year some change. Okay, settle down. Okay, understood the system, a change. Okay, fine. Is done good for the country. Maybe not for me. Okay. Then aggregate term salary. Okay, what is the salary will be equal to that of the judges. Okay, and removal process also same as that of the judges. Granting of leave. Yeah, it's changed. I'm sorry, it changed from the Supreme Court judges to the cabinet secretary. Fine. Then decision of the commission, it will be unanimous. Okay, whenever the commission is unanimous. In case unanimity is there, consent is not there. Unanimity is not there, consent is not there. To go by majority decision. Okay. Finally, okay, immunity. Okay, there is a protection for the election commissioners. What is the protection? No criminal or civil proceedings can be initiated. Okay, during their tenure. Very important. This is given only to the president and governor. Okay, no other office, no other constitutional. This is the first time that apart from president and governor, they are giving immunity to a person. Okay, both criminal as well as civilian immunity during the term. After the term, it can be initiated, like the president and governor, and for only performance of their action. Supposing election commissioner is there, okay, there is nothing related to his duty. He is going out in the market and he is involving in a fist fight. He can be subjected to a criminal act initiation. Okay, only for their acts they perform in the capacity of the election commissioner or chief election commissioner.
I mean, yeah, you said that can't be appointed as a chief election commissioner. Only for the chief election commissioner or any other government?
Here, there are certain posts. For example, CAG. Okay, that cannot. UPSC, no. Okay, so that is why you go for a comparative study, you will be doing. We have so much of institutions. There are institutions which in appointment is available. For example, judiciary. Judges can be given post-retirement jobs. They cannot practice again in the same court where they were judges. There is no post-retirement practice, but there is post-retirement job for them. Okay, in short, I'll say why there is post-retirement job. Judges are most knowledgeable, most experienced. We don't want to waste that. Okay, and especially Indian judges, they are good. In fact, many of the newly formed countries, like we always refer to US, UK jurisprudence, right? Okay, so many of the developing countries are referring to India because India is a new experiment. Okay, in its functioning as a judiciary, Indian Supreme Court and Indian High Court. So the third world countries look to us. Okay, so such people, their talent has to be used. That is why it's there. The next context with respect to Ladakh is it is asking for a Schedule 6 status. Okay, Schedule 6 status. Now you just put Schedule 5, Schedule 6. What is the difference? I'll tell you. That is for prelims. Okay, let's not have too intense discussion. Schedule 5, Schedule 6. What you should know for prelims. Schedule 5, it talks about scheduled areas where mixed tribes live. Okay, I call it heterogeneous tribes, mixed tribes. Same place, different tribal groups will be living. They must be given some protection. That protection is given in Schedule 5. So Schedule 5 is for mixed tribes or heterogeneous tribes. Okay. Whereas Schedule 6 is for homogeneous tribes, tribes belonging to the same group. Homogeneous tribes, okay, tribes belonging to the same group. What is this? You take the central India, no? We have Gonds, Santals, and Bills, right? Gonds are the largest tribal population in the country. The Gonds live side by side with Santals, okay, and other tribes. Okay, in a particular geographical area, you will find all are living together. Okay, they're not separate. Likewise, if you talk about the Kukis or the Mizos, okay, or the Jaintias, Kasi, of Meghalaya, they live as a same group in a particular place, geographical place. Homogeneous tribes, single tribe, no mix. Okay, sometimes tribes will live along with non-tribals. For example, Nilgiris. I didn't say that I am from Uti. Okay, my native is Uti. I am from Nilgiris district. My place, people live side by side, tribals, non-tribals. Okay, so such kind of places, like um, you cannot have a same kind of law. Okay, because different type of people are living. These people are called as heterogeneous. They fall under Schedule 5. Schedule 6 is homogeneous tribes, same community. The difference is you can allow these homogeneous tribes to follow their own traditional political and economic systems. Follow, okay. We will allow them to form government and rule themselves. No intervention from the union government and state government. Certain central laws and state laws will not be applicable. Tell them you live by your own method. Okay, but the same cannot apply where mixed tribes are living or tribes living along with non-tribals. It will create inequality, okay, unequal application of law. So Schedule 5 is for mixed tribes, Schedule 6 is for homogeneous tribes. They will have autonomous district councils. Schedule 6 will have autonomous district councils. This one. Okay. Sixth schedule, okay, autonomous. No, autonomous district councils. What is this? They function without the interference of central government and union government. A 30-member council will be there. They will act according to their traditional norms and culture. Okay, sometimes the governor will come and say this law is applicable, this law is not applicable, like that. Okay, so here, which states we have these tribes? Assam, Tripura, Meghalaya, and Mizoram. Okay, only northeastern states. We have to remember this. There is another M. Manipur is there. Manipur will not come under this list. Manipur, we have mixed people, tribals as well as non-tribals. So Manipur is there in current affairs recently. Yes. Okay, what is the issue? There are two groups, Meiteis and Kukis. So, okay, they call either Kukis or Kukis Zo. Two tribe, one Kukis are the tribes. Meiteis are not. Meiteis live in the valley, Impal Valley, the capital of Manipur. And the hilly area, the tribes are living. Okay, the Kukis are living. So they are living together. There is a regular interaction. That is the problem also, ethnic conflict. But they do not come under it. They are asking for sixth schedule. They are also asking for both Kuki as well as the Meiteis. So these people will not come. Okay, because mixed tribes. This is one way of remembering. Okay, so Manipur will not come. Other Mizoram and Meghalaya will come. Okay. One student, while taking class, he said, "Sir, I'll remember like this. Okay, there is ATM, but no money." Yeah, good. Who's that? Good. Okay. You can remember like that also. You create your own mnemonics. Okay. And see the northeastern map. Okay, you will understand how these tribes are secluded and why the main reason for the conflict between the Meiteis and Kukis. Okay, their social profile. Okay, Meiteis are largely Hindus, Kukis are largely Christians. Meiteis are well developed socio-economic development, whereas Kukis are not. They have tribal status. Meiteis does not have. And to get access to Meiteis, no, you need to travel along the route where Kukis are there. Okay, so that is why Kukis usually go for a blockade. See the geography, you will know the entire problem, their social profile, geographical topography, and then the political issue that is going on, and the constitutional provision of Schedule 6, associate learning. Okay, fine. See, I'm here, what I'm doing is everything, every 1 year, all thing is done is difficult. So we are covering as much as possible with certain strategies. Okay, and the exhaustive thing is given in the form of the material. You while you read, apply the techniques which I am teaching in the class. Okay, next. Okay, recently news, drugs and magic remedies objectionable advertisement act. Okay, you know why it is in news? Yeah, Patanjali products. Okay, so they were advertising. Okay, misleading advertisements. Yeah, fine. So what does this act actually says? There may be a question from this act. Okay, not specifically on that current affair issue. Is this is a repeated one and there is no clarity on this act. Okay, so they may ask a question. So let's discuss in short with respect to prelims examination. What is a drug? A drug is anything which affects. It may be food or non-food. It may be taken as a food or everything, and it may be a internal one. Okay, taking inside, or it may be applied externally. Okay, so drug is internal, external, food or non-food items which alters the organic function of the human body in order to give cure. Definition what? Okay, so you may think that okay, non-intaking things are not drug, they are ointments, they are also drug. Okay, that is why we are talking about the definition. Okay, the future bureaucrats should be keeping in mind what exactly a particular word is, which are all it is covering. Then only the definitions are must. Second, what do you mean by magic remedy? Anything like like tying a thread in the hand, or some objects is given, it should be placed before, like that. This is called as magic remedies. The point is they are not worried about the magic remedies. Okay, it is individual. Okay, because in constitution there is a word called as faith. Black magic, something which is hurting others, fine. If you are not hurting others and you are simply claiming something, no, not, but you should not advertise it. It's dangerous for the society. No advertisement. Okay, so because certain churches you go, temples you go, or you go to a mosque, they will show that have this thread. Okay, put this thread, you will get cure. Okay, put this ointment. Okay, put this oil. Okay, eat this salt. Okay, you will get cure. Okay, that is a matter of faith. Okay, so this particular law is not questioning the faith, because the constitution assures that there is liberty of thought, expression, belief, thought, and worship. As long as this thought, expression, belief, and worship is not affecting others, you can carry on the faith. Okay, the thing is, this magic remedy should not be advertised. Okay, in a common platform. Okay, that is the point they're mentioning. Prevention of advertisement of drugs for certain diseases. Okay, so for certain diseases, you should not, logically, if society is moral, okay, medicines and health should not be advertised, right? Hospitals should not be advertised. Okay, morally. But however, marketing is required for any field. Okay, you cannot prevent that. Otherwise, good work, good service cannot reach people. So we are allowing advertisements for medical field, but not for remedies for certain diseases. What are the disease? 3 diseases are there. Quickly take note. Okay, any drug, or any drug which says that it will cure or it will lead to miscarriage of, okay, if miscarriage of the uh, women, miscarriage of a woman. Okay, it may be a embryo or a fetus, whatever it is. So you should check what is the difference between an zygote, embryo, and fetus. Okay, that's your homework. Okay, second, assuring a particular drug will maintain or enhance the sexual ability of an individual human being. Enhancement of sexual ability, maintaining and enhancement of sexual ability. Third one related to menstrual disorder in women. Okay, any drug purported to correct the menstrual disorder in women. It's not against the drug, advertisement of the drug. And you may be asking, sir, certain drugs are really good. Why shouldn't we treat? The same law allows the central government to notify time to time which drugs can be advertised related to these diseases. There is a ban, and there is exemption also. Okay, there is a ban and there is a exemption. Okay, so for example, contraceptives, okay, is necessary for population control. But necessarily we have to advertise. So in that case, government will say, okay, this one. Okay, during rare cases, you must be using these contraceptives advertisement. Otherwise, people will not know. People will not be aware. Okay, so we will lead to other social and health issues. To avoid that, government may accept time to time. Government is doing that. But generally, there is a ban. Okay, then second is avoiding misleading advertisements. Okay, you should not say a particular drug misleadingly will cure something. For example, Patanjali came up with a tablet called as Coronil. Okay, they claim that it will cure corona. Okay, that is the main issue here. Likewise, many drugs are brought, many ointments, many medicines are brought, and there is misleading advertisements, which is creating problem. Okay, for the people. So that is banned. That is preventing misleading advertisements of drugs. Okay, any misleading information about its efficacy, its ability to cure a particular type of disease and other things. Okay, the nature of offense is cognizable. Cognizable, very important. It is cognizable offense, which means immediate arrest is possible. Okay, I hope you know the difference between cognizable and non-cognizable offense. Cognizable offense is one we know that the offense has taken place, 100% offense has taken place, and immediate arrest is possible. A non-cognizable offense, immediate arrest is not possible. A police official needs to go to the court of law, get permission, get warrant, and then only they can arrest. Okay, so but this is very serious case, so cognizable offense it is. So immediate arrest is possible. And what about the company? What if they're not the individual company? You go to the roadside, all these advertisements, they won't give the number. Okay, address. Okay, some kind of because escaping. Okay, fine. Like companies involved, the person who's in charge of the company can also be subjected to punishment. That is why Baba Ramdev was, summoned to the court of law and was asked to render apology. Okay, and then instructions was given and contempt of court once again. Okay, if it is not implemented, contempt of court. Contempt of court is two. One is criminal, one is civil. Okay, if you are disturbing the administration of justice, then it is criminal. Okay, you can make note. Civil and criminal contempt is there. Willful disobedience is civil. Willful disobedience is civil contempt. Willful disobedience is civil contempt. They will ask this time. Okay, so just go. Okay, criminal contempt is interfering in the administration of justice. Okay, willful. Then exemption is there. Already we have discussed that. What is the exemption? In case if a particular drug has to be advertised for social cause, it can be done by the declaration of central government, not the state government. Which government? Central government. Related to drugs. Okay, these kind of drugs. This particular act talks about the power of the central government only. State government does not have the power. Even though health comes under which subject? State subject. So there is where they'll ask question because the person was not prepared. The current affairs goes and takes the prelims exam. The statement will come. Okay, this particular act, state government as well as central government is empowered to list which are the exempted items where advertisement is possible. You will logically think and say, okay, health state list. Okay, so what? Definitely the statement is wrong, but it is sorry. The statement is correct, but the statement is wrong because state governments cannot give this exemption list. Okay, which products could be advertised, they cannot. Okay, so with related to curative petition, okay, it's a news. Okay, it's a rare thing. Remember, first appeal in Supreme Court, okay, or High Court, there will be appeal. if you're not satisfied with the judgment, you can go for review petition. Review. Both High Court and Supreme Court have the review petition. Make note. High Court and Supreme Court can go for review of its own judgment. Okay. Both Supreme Court and High Court. Okay. So here, one more additional thing associated, I'll say, with respect to three courts, three high courts. There is Delhi High Court, okay, and Madras, or I should, Madras High Court. Okay, some may say Chennai High Court. The name is not changed. Only the city's name has changed. It's still Madras High Court. And yes, Bombay High Court. Now we leave Delhi. Yeah, Delhi is already. Calcutta, Mumbai, and Madras High Courts have intra-court appeal. Intra-court appeal. That is different from review petition. They have intra-court appeal. Make that point. What is this intra-court appeal? Meaning, you can appeal within the different bench. Suppose, okay, a three-member judges coming and giving a judgment. You don't like the judgment. You feel that it should be reviewed. You go for an intra-court appeal in which people completely fresh will hear your case. Review petition is you will have at least one member from the bench which has already given the judgment. Review with the same person. Same. Many a time, it's the same bench will. Only thing is the CJ will come and sit, or Chief Justice of the High Court will come and sit. It's review petition. And curative petition is after the review petition has been done and still you are not satisfied with the judgment. You can go for curative petition, which is the rarest of rare. So already High Court is listening, then you're going for review petition. Review petition also they're given a judgment. One further curative thing, it should be approved by either Solicitor General or the Attorney General that it requires a review. Okay, and judges can accept or cannot accept the curative petition. But sir, will they ask this question? Possibilities there. Okay, so with related to judicial processes, every year they are asking one question. That is why curative petition is important. Review petition they've already asked. And I wanted to quote these articles which you have to memorize. Okay, so one question from prelims examination from these articles is possible. Okay, and these can be used as fodder points for mains, which means mains examination polity. You, whenever judiciary related question is asked, you throw these points inside that answer. Okay, it's like putting on the cake. Okay, so putting masala. Yeah, what? Okay, whatever you call. Okay, it's lunchtime, I understand. Okay, fine. So review petition is 136. What is this review petition? Just now I said reviewing the same petition. How it comes, there is a concept called a special leave petition. Special leave. The word leave means permission. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, special leave petition. Just another 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. Yes or no? I assume there is a majority. I don't go for division of votes. Fine. Review petition, special leave petition, which means normally the case will not go to Supreme Court, but if you file this special leave petition, court may take up the case. That is special leave petition. That's review petition. Okay, and sometimes same court can listen to the review petition. That power also flows through 136. 141. The Supreme Court and High Court can issue directions to the lower court, okay, which has to be abided by the lower court. Supreme Court issuing orders to the lower court. Any orders should be obeyed. 142. Any order can be issued to executive government that will be treated as a law. Okay, any government department. 41, 141 to 42 difference. 41 judiciary. 42, yeah, for the government. Very good. Okay, so what's your name? Okay, fine. Yeah, in order to do complete justice, Ram is correct. Okay, in 142 it says that to do complete justice, any order of the court, as Supreme Court and High Court, will be treated as a law of the land, similar to parliamentary law. Okay, fine. Okay. So Article 13 judicial review. இதுல தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு நான் என்ன பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் சொல்றேன். 13க்கும் 32க்கும் என்ன வித்தியாசம்? 13 is about preventing a misuse of a law or preventing a fundamental right violation from taking place. A law or judicial decision or a executive decision வந்துனா அது null and void because it is violating the fundamental right னு அறிவிச்சிரும். 32 is an act has taken place, a fundamental right violation has taken place. So usually 32 is curative. Okay, while 13 is preventive as well as curative. 32 is curative. Okay, when some violation has taken place, the court will issue writ petitions. 13 ல null and void மட்டும் தான் சொல்லுவாங்க. 32 ல writ petition. இதெல்லாம் படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் அந்த எக்ஸாக்ட் வேர்டு. Okay, 13 is curative as well as preventive. 32 curative மட்டும் தான், preventive கிடையாது. அதுதான் பாயிண்ட். Okay, so that has come up in recent discussions. That is why the point is. மத்தது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். Okay, you would have read. Okay, then Article 145. How a case should be accepted, how appeal can be accepted, what is the procedure of taking up a case, running a case, how judgment will be issued. The rules for the procedures in the court is decided by the court itself. 145. It's very important to ensure the independence. The rules for the management and process inside the court is designed by the court itself. Supreme Court itself. High Court அதே மாதிரி தான். ஜுடிஷியரியோ எக்ஸிக்யூட்டிவோ லெஜிஸ்லேச்சரோ பார்லிமெண்ட்டோ அதை பண்ண முடியாது. ஓகே, yeah. Okay, this also, these things. I want to highlight what they will ask in prelims examination. There are two acts, Representation of People Act, election related, 1950, 1951. 1950 is before the conduct of election, 1951 during the conduct of election. Okay, அந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். ஓகே, எலக்ட்ரல் ரோல்ஸ் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்றது மற்ற விஷயங்கள்லாம் பேசுறது 1950. ஓகே, ப்ரிப்பேரிங் பிஃபோர் த எலெக்ஷன். 1951 டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் வாட் actually takes place during the election, notification of date of election and then filing the nomination papers to the officer. Okay, அதுக்கப்புறம் process of approving the election, conduct of election, all those things. இதுல qualification, disqualification 1951 ஞாபகம் வச்சுங்க. Qualification and disqualification of MLAs and MPs, it is in okay, registration and deregistration, registration of political parties 1951. அப்படி இல்லைங்க, registration of political party election முன்னாடி தானே சார் ஒரு லாஜிக்ல பேசுவீங்க, அப்படி கிடையாது. Registration of political parties is in 1951. Even though I said that, okay, before elections is 1950, you must remember registration of political parties is in 1951. Okay, then model code of conduct, what you have to remember is it doesn't have legal sanction, as all of you know. Okay, but you must remember there is certain provisions in IPC and CRPC which makes certain model code of conduct judicially reviewable. Punishments irukku, IPC and CRPC. And you may ask why it is not implemented. Qualification, disqualification criteria உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இதுல முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னன்னா, குவாலிஃபிகேஷன் கிரைடீரியாவும் டிஸ்குவாலிஃபிகேஷன் கிரைடீரியாவும் ரெண்டுலையுமே கொடுத்துருக்கும். கான்ஸ்டியூஷன்லையும் கொடுத்துருக்கும், ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் ஆக்ட்லையும் கொடுத்துருக்கும். போத் இட் வில் பி given. You must know the difference, that's all. Okay, so we have now first we'll talk about constitution. Make note firstly, what are the qualification criteria given in the constitution? Okay, for Lok Sabha elections, okay, the person should have crossed the age of 25 years, citizen of India. Okay, citizen of India. Okay, and the person should have taken oath. Person should have taken an oath, which is in the third schedule. இது கண்டிப்பா கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. எம்எல்ஏ எம்பியும் ஒரு எலெக்ஷன்ல பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன உறுதிமொழி எடுக்கணும்? வாட் இஸ் த ஓத் தட் தே ஹேவ் டு டேக்? டூ திங்ஸ். ஒன் இஸ் தே ஷுட் பி abide by the Constitution of India. They should show allegiance. I agree with the Constitution of India. I will act according to the Constitution. They should show allegiance to the Constitution of India. Point one. Second, to protect the sovereignty and integrity of the country. Protect the sovereignty and integrity of the country. Okay, simple. ஏன்னா நம்ம பொலிட்டிஷியன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ரெண்டு விஷயத்தை தான் டார்கெட். ஒன்று கான்ஸ்டியூஷன், இன்னொன்று யூனிட்டி, சாவரிட்டி, இன்டெகிரிட்டி. சும்மா ஞாபகம் வச்சுங்க, யாரும் பண்ணல. Okay, so politicians has to ensure that they are allegiance. They should not act against the constitution. Second, sovereignty and integrity of the country has to be respected. இது ரெண்டுக்குமே இதுதான் கான்ஸ்டியூஷன்ல இருக்குது. ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் ஆக்ட்ல இன்னும் ரெண்டு விஷயம் சொல்றாங்க. ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் ஆக்ட்ல என்ன சொல்றாங்க? லோக்சபாக்கு நீங்க பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணுமா அப்படின்னா, வாட் இஸ் யுவர் எலிஜிபிலிட்டி? யூ ஷுட் பி அ voter in any of the constituencies in India. Voter என்ன? Your name should be in any of the electoral rolls. இதுல கவனிக்க வேண்டிய விஷயம், important thing that you must remember is that you can be elected in any of the constituency, not the constituency in which you are contesting from. You can be a voter from any of the constituencies in India. Okay. Rajya Sabha, you can be voter in any of the constituencies of India. You need not be resident of the particular state. Okay, நீங்க தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருந்துகிட்டு யூபி கூட ரெப்ரஸன்டேட்டிவா இருக்கலாம். We have sample examples for that. Next, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe ஆன reserved things. Okay, those separate thing, no reserved seats only SC and ST can. Okay, இதுதான் வந்து கான்ஸ்டியூஷன்ல கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. என்னது லைக் இந்த லாஸ்ட் 3 சொன்னது வந்து, லாஸ்ட் 2 சொன்னது வந்து ரெப்ரஸன்டேஷன் ஆஃப் பீப்புள். ஓகே, with respect to representation of disqualification criteria with respect to constitution. Okay, so first thing is, if the person is having office of profit. Okay, so what is this office of profit? Remember, yeah, you should not be getting any salary from இது வந்து இருக்க கூடாது. And next, second one is unsound mind. And I think you can read it from the book. Okay, it is given there. Only thing is, you must know this is given in the constitution. There is 8 disqualification criteria, like doing electoral malpractices, okay, creating enmity between communities, அதெல்லாம் வந்து representation of people act ல இருக்கும். The point is, why it is not implemented? Point 1, election commission does not have its own machinery. Okay, why? See, even though the politicians are not following these things, it is not being implemented. The election commission is not having its own machinery. It draws from various departments, teachers, revenue department, and then so election in 45 days தான். 45 days முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் maximum 2 months. After this 2-month time period is over, the election commission does not have enough resources to follow the case. Okay, second, the officials who are conducting the elections has to go and work with the party which wins the election. So automatically there is a systematic hurdle in going about the cases. That is the problem. Right. So remaining, we'll share the slide. Okay, so that is related to facts only. These things I have told. Okay, so just remember the technique. This next 30 days, don't pressurize yourself too much. Have good sleep. At the same time, good preparation. Okay, try to use this techniques that which we have applied. This our academy has brought in a lot of people for taking classes, especially for offline classes. Kindly use their services. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.